goggles that laser pointer on it, because it's made for LCD screens, it'll bounce off of things.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Well, the meeting, practiced it to make sure it worked, and it was hitting the wall over there when I was practicing. She sure did. Including,
All right. Is the state ready to proceed with closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
If the jury's ready, let's bring them in. Now, I am going to say, hey, Kyle, hold on.
Okay.
Sorry. We put this down here so y'all can hear me. Can everybody hear me? If there is any outbursts at any time during the state's closing, the defendant's closing, the state's rebuttal, I'll clear the whole courtroom. All right? Now we can. You've got exhibits 1 through 5 and 93. Separated, right?
I do.
93 also?
Yes.
Okay.
I need the actual phone. Sherry. I need exhibit number 183. It's a video.
It's bad when it's one of the security officers. Huh?
That was my blood sugar alone. It went real high.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, General, you may.
Not yet. I'm going to leave this up if that's okay, Your Honor.
Right.
Thank you. So we've finally reached the point in trial for closing arguments. And what this essentially means is it's an opportunity for the state of Tennessee to go through, talk about the evidence a little bit, reflect on some of the witnesses, because it's been a pretty long, almost 2 weeks. The state will go first, then one of the defense attorneys will have an opportunity to go, then the state will go again. And Matt, I'll talk a little more about that in a second, but that's because the state carries the burden of proof. So I think each of you should have a jury instruction pamphlet in front of you. I'm going to ask you if you flip to page number 6, it covers the burden of proof. And it seems like it's a common misnomer for the burden of proof to appear to be higher than it actually is for the state of Tennessee. And don't get me wrong, it is a high burden, and we gladly carry that burden every step of the way. But when you read about reasonable doubt, and that, of course, the burden never shifts to the defense. The burden is always on the state of Tennessee. It is a burden. It's not absolute certainty. It does not require you to say, I don't know 100% what happened. That is not what is required by the law. It is not absolute certainty. It's essentially, can you go to bed and let your mind rest easy? Can you, actually I'm going to do one other thing real quick. What I'm asking you to do is essentially use your own common sense. That's one of the most important things. Okay. And I'm going to give an example of what I mean by this, if I can. It's like Wheel of Fortune. Okay? My handwriting's not the best, though. But you get the idea here. It's like Wheel of Fortune. When you see a contestant on Wheel of Fortune, and they know the answer to the phrase or the statement, they don't have all the letters when they see that phrase. But they know what the answer is. And if the state has done that, we have met our burden. And it's important to note that it's not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's not absolute certainty. That is not what is required by the law, by the state of Tennessee. So that brings me to some of the arguments that Mr. Scott has made through this trial. They might be on that same page. Probably should have written it. Here it is, page 5. In your instructions, in the second paragraph, it states, statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law. But they are not evidence. And I beg you to remember that. When Mr. Scott gets back up and makes his arguments, remember that. The things that come out of his mouth and that came out of his mouth during trial, that is not the evidence. He tried to get you to speculate on so many things during this trial. He wanted to throw out strange theories with aluminum foil. He wanted to throw out a term that doesn't even matter anymore, SIDS. That came from his mouth, not either of the doctors, but from Mr. Scott. He's asking you to speculate. That is not evidence. I beg you to only think about the items that were put into evidence, the photographs, the recordings, and what came from the witness stand. Do not let them sway you from what actually happened in this case. He kept mentioning cadaver dogs. He wanted you to think about that. But if you remember the cadaver dogs, Tommy Boswell, on his property, what did we hear him say? The cadaver dogs didn't even go up there by the playhouse. He wants you to believe maybe the body wasn't there at that time. He's trying to throw you off, but he didn't show anything. There's no proof. There's no evidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you once again and it's in here in these instructions, but the defendant has no burden to prove anything during this trial. The burden is wholly on the state of Tennessee. Okay? Go ahead, John.
Thank you. And I believe I said that. The state, we gladly carry this burden. But again, what comes out of Mr. Scott's mouth is not evidence. You heard nothing from the witness stand about cadaver dogs. There's no piece of evidence about cadaver dogs. And Mr. Scott said in his opening statement, humans make mistakes. Do you remember that? Dogs also commit mistakes. And if you remember, Agent Fraley and Agent Gratz, both with the TBI, what did they say? They didn't smell anything in that playhouse until they lifted the black bag, and immediately the smell of decomposition hit them. I submit to you, cadaver dogs, what do they work off of? The smell of decomposition. Don't let that fool you. Mr. Scott also talked a lot about Hunter Wood. We heard a lot about Mr. Wood in this trial. Again, did we hear any witness from the witness stand that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood? There wasn't a witness that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood. And if you remember the text messages that we saw yesterday from essentially Hunter's own mouth, it's pretty clear that he's yet another victim of Megan Boswell. She was feeding him the same lines that she was feeding every other person in this case. Mr. Scott brought up the theory of an accident, or the word SIDS. Well, you heard Dr. Malushnik say that in the past 10 years, in the state of Tennessee, a child 12 months or older has not passed away from SIDS or sudden unexplained death. Those are statistics from the state of Tennessee. But somehow Mr. Scott wants you to believe that somehow that's how this baby died, even though she has foil wrapped around her head, a blanket wrapped around that, inside a trash bag, upside down, in a trash can. Let's go through our timeline just for a minute. What do we know? We know that Evelyn was okay until November of 2019. We know that Evelyn was seen at Thanksgiving by family. And then Megan Boswell started a new job at the Chicken Shack. What do we know after that? Megan Boswell meets Hunter Wood. And we know that Sue Whitson is probably the last person to ever see Evelyn alive again. You remember the picture that Sue took? This is very likely the very last picture of Evelyn Boswell alive. Not taken by Megan Boswell, but taken by the babysitter. Sue Whitson testified that the last time she babysat was the end of November, early December, which just so happened to coincide with when Megan Boswell met Hunter Wood, a guy that she was hoping might change her life. But Evelyn was in the way. What did we hear? Do you remember Megan's friend, Maddie Broom? We heard a little bit about her. Her brother, Stephen Lawrence, tried to help Megan. She drove her to a few of the interviews. And if you remember, Megan was apartment shopping on December 8th. And on that date, Evelyn was not with her. And so Stephen asked her later, after it's been reported that Evelyn's missing, he says, was Evelyn gone by then? And what did Megan say? Yes, Evelyn was gone by then. So that takes our window from December 3rd, essentially when Megan Boswell started working at the Chicken Shack, to December 8th. Evelyn Boswell's 12-month well visit. Do you remember that? Scheduled for December 5th Megan doesn't call and cancel. She just no-shows. And Casey Saltz, the receptionist there, had to reach out and ask Megan, and Megan gave some excuse, I can't remember what it was, as to why she couldn't bring her, so they rescheduled for the next day. Did Megan show up with Evelyn the next day? No, she didn't. I submit to you, that's because Evelyn was already gone at that point. Casey texts Megan again, and Megan has yet another excuse. The appointment's rescheduled one more time for December 11th, and conveniently, Megan then says, oh, I've decided to change pediatricians. And as we can all imagine, when you change pediatricians, we all know that children have vaccine records and all of the things that come with being, especially that first 12 months of life. They've got a lot of appointments and a lot of vaccinations. So it'd be really, really important to transfer that information to the new pediatrician. Did Megan Boswell do that? No, she didn't. They never got a request from another pediatrician. That was just another line that Megan Boswell told to start trying, I say trying, to cover her tracks. We also know that on December 7th, you saw a text message yesterday from a girl named Haley Marie, and that is the very first time that Megan tells the story her dad has her. December 7th. Keep in mind, Sue Whitson saw Evelyn alive for the last time, and then Megan just stopped showing up. And then by December 7th, she's concocted her plan. And it really explains why so much time goes by. Because I know that's a question we have all had. 2.5 months goes by. 2.5 months. But now we know. We know why. Because Megan Boswell was telling every single person in her family and her closest friends that Evelyn was with her father. So what does a rational person think? Okay, we're glad. I think Tommy even said that from the stand. I was proud of him for stepping up. I was proud of him for stepping up and taking responsibility. But, time continues to pass, and you've heard witnesses, in particularly Bailey and Audrey, Megan's closest friends. They were all starting to talk and to think that something doesn't feel right. Just doesn't feel right. But no one could have known how wrong this was at the time. February 2020, finally, Tommy Boswell says, I've had enough. I want to see my granddaughter. Show her to me by tomorrow, or I'm reporting it to DCS. Well, Megan couldn't do that. Megan knew she couldn't do that because she knew where Evelyn was. We all know where Evelyn was. And so Megan did not produce Evelyn that day, and Tommy finally gets the ball rolling on trying to find this little girl. And they first show up at Hunter Wood's house on the lake in a nice neighborhood, and Megan Boswell's there, but there's no baby. There's no Evelyn. And you remember, the only thing Megan, you remember James Lewis from DCS, the only thing Megan was really able to show was this box from Hunter's bedroom. And you remember what Megan called that box? A memory box. Now, why would you call something a memory box if you are alleging that your child is still alive? This is all Megan Boswell had of Evelyn in that house that she was trying to show DCS that Evelyn was living in. She couldn't show him diapers. She couldn't show him a pack and play. She showed him one outfit that she held up on a hanger. Not an outfit that Evelyn had ever worn. There was no evidence that a child had ever been in that house. Now, I'm going to touch on something briefly. If you remember Paul Durant yesterday, going back and trying to just give you a little bit of a timeline. If you remember, he talked about Ethan Perry in the military because Megan Boswell led him to believe that he was the father, even though he had his doubts. She convinced him that he was the father of Evelyn. We know he was not the father. We know that. And he said she was sharing photos daily, constantly sharing photos. Until what day? Do you remember the date? December 3rd. On December 3rd, Megan Boswell stopped sharing photographs of Evelyn. And she continues to send pictures, but if you remember, Agent Durant he's a smart guy, and so he was able to check her full Facebook extraction. And so she continued to send pictures to Ethan, but they weren't recent pictures. It was just another way that she could try to keep this facade going just as long as she could. Mr. Scott wants you to believe that Megan Boswell had a rough life. She was in foster care. But Megan Boswell was in foster care because of Megan Boswell, because she would not go to school. She went to foster care because she was truant. And when she left foster care, she went and lived with her dad. And of course, Evelyn was a baby at this point. I think the testimony was from February to March of 2019. And then her dad said, I'm going to get her a trailer, set her up. He bought her a brand new car, buys her a trailer. He's giving her everything she needs to raise this child. And she goes and lives with Omami, her grandmother, from April until October of 2019. And then finally into the trailer from October to December. I think it's fair to say that she did not live in that trailer with Evelyn for very long. But in that short period of time, this is what she was able to do to that trailer. Can we look at that for a second? That's what she had her child living in. If that's not neglect, she does this in 2 months. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you to look at these pictures when you go back in the jury room. That, in 2 months, is what the defendant was able to do to the home her dad provided for her and her child. And within 2 months, Evelyn was dead. And I stated there are, maybe it's just my opinion, there are a lot of victims in this case. Bailey Hawkins, her very best friend. Did you see how difficult it was for Bailey to testify? To look at someone that she trusted, that she loved. Audrey Gibbs, same thing. They are also victims of Megan Boswell. And they will also suffer for the rest of their lives because of what Megan Boswell, the web that she created for them all to get caught in. Erica Stacy, who cared about Megan and Evelyn so much, is a victim. Gail Kite, the foster mother, she's a victim. Ethan Perry, who's serving his country, doing absolutely nothing other than his job, gets pulled up into Megan Boswell's web because Megan Boswell is only worried about Megan Boswell. And I'll submit to you that Hunter Wood, the person that they would like to blame somehow, is also a victim of Megan Boswell. She starts with first blaming Ethan Perry. She does that for a few days. And when she quickly realizes, gosh, law enforcement can figure out that I'm not telling the truth here, I guess I better tell something different, then she goes to her mom. She blames her mom, her own mother. She's willing to blame all the time knowing. I mean, we know. Let's find the picture. We know where Evelyn was. You see Evelyn? That's where Evelyn was. There she is. Evelyn Boswell sat there in that trash can for 2.5 months. And her mom discarded her, not just Evelyn, but everything that was associated with Evelyn. Everything. Because she didn't need it anymore. Everything. She didn't need that stroller anymore, so she left it behind. She didn't need the clothing. Do you remember all the pictures that came in and all that stuff that was in that shed? Because she didn't need it anymore, because she knew where Evelyn was. The defense wants you to believe that Hunter Wood is the one that backed Megan's car up to that shed? In the middle of the day. In the middle of the day, Hunter's just going to go over there. He has a truck. The testimony was that Hunter had a big truck. Now, why in the world, if he had a truck? I mean, this clearly took more than one trip. I guarantee you. Look at all this stuff. They want you to believe that Hunter Wood backed Megan Boswell's car up to that shed that day. Tommy came home. It was in the middle of the day. Where's the diagram? Do you remember the diagram of the scene? Look at this diagram. They somehow want you to believe that Hunter Wood pulls up this driveway and comes to this shed right here, right in front of Omani's house. Tommy's house, up on the hill, in the middle of the day. Is that reasonable? What is reasonable? How about that Megan Boswell is the one who drove her own vehicle, the vehicle her dad bought for her, up to that shed, because Megan Boswell is the one who had a key fob. Remember, there's a gate there that only opens with a key fob. That's the only way a car is coming through that driveway. And Megan Boswell lived there. You just heard that she lived at her dad's house and at Omami's house, and so they're not going to be surprised if Megan Boswell is on the property. She's the one who dumped Evelyn's property there. She's the one who took the trash can there. Not Hunter, not anyone else. It's Megan Boswell. Do you remember there was more than one text message? And of course, keep in mind, the whole time these text messages are coming through, that's where Evelyn is, okay? Just think about that for a second. I'm not going to take the time to go through these because you can do that. You can take all of this back with you into the jury room. I encourage you to go back and read all of these text messages and remember the dates that we've talked about. But while Evelyn Boswell is sitting in this trash can and people are asking Megan, how's Evelyn? What does Megan say more than once? Mean as fuck. First of all, she's a 12-month-old child. And every other witness said that she was a lovely child to be around. And it's not a very nice statement to begin with, but it's definitely not a very nice statement when your kid is shoved down into a trash can upside down. And you know that. Agent Fraley was on the stand, and you heard Megan Boswell admit that she knew Evelyn was dead. She's telling all of those stories to law enforcement. And she told more than one person, Evelyn's mean as fuck. And when Agent Grass asked her about it, she goes, "What's your point? What's your point?" And that's an interview with Agent Grass that you can also go back and watch if you'd like to do that. So we saw the defendant enjoyed crying during this trial because she has an audience and she really enjoys that. But did we see her crying any other time? Did we see her crying from the witnesses on the witness stand and what they told us about her? Did we see her crying in the evidence that came in? No, Megan wasn't crying. Do you think she was crying when she filled out this apartment application with Hunter Wood, where they list 3 occupants are going to live in the apartment? And at first glance, we're like, oh, Megan, Hunter, and Evelyn. But that's not what the defendant told David Gratz. Do you remember what she told him? She said the third occupant is the baby she's pregnant with, because Hunter doesn't want Evelyn to live with him. Of course, we could also look at the date on that application, January 4th of 2020, and we also know another reason that Evelyn would not be living with them. Was Megan crying here? In 2020, when she posts on Instagram, so excited for our new home. Think Megan was crying when she posted that? To me, it looks like maybe Megan's just moving on with her life, as if Evelyn never even existed. What about here? Also posted in 2020. Keep in mind, Evelyn's still upside down in a trash can because Megan's not told anyone where she is. She's still spinning her lies. You think she's sad here when she's picking out furniture for their new house? But she's sad today? She has the gall to sit here and cry today and pretend she can't look at the pictures of what she did to her child? What about this one? Proud of my baby. New 2020 High Country. Was she sad then? What about in December? Weeks after Evelyn has been brutally murdered. What is Megan Boswell doing? Does she look, maybe we should zoom in. Does she look sad here? Maybe she is. Sure doesn't look like it. Her kid's upside down in a trash can, and she's going to the aquarium with her new boyfriend. What about here? She doesn't look very sad to me. Hiking in Blowing Rock in 2020. No Evelyn. Evelyn's missing. Still missing at this time. There's Megan hiking with her new boyfriend, moving on with her life. Not crying. Maybe Megan Boswell didn't have an end game. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe she hoped that Evelyn would never be found. But she had to know at some point these stories were going to catch up with her. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm asking you today, 5 years later, February 2025, to show Megan Boswell that her stories have caught up with her. The evidence shows the defendant. This person is the only person responsible for her child being dead. You heard it straight from Dr. Malushnik. Evelyn shouldn't be dead. Evelyn should not be dead. I believe the defense brought up SIDS, reflux, rollover. I believe they even brought up a tongue tie as being a possible cause of death for Evelyn. How does that result? Any of those things. You know, he said in the beginning, the state can't even prove how she died. Are you kidding me? How does that end up with a baby in a trash can? The DNA. Let's talk about the DNA for a second. You've got the gloves that are in the trash can. And the defense somehow wants you to believe that gloves will keep fingerprints from happening. And then I guess whoever did that then took the gloves off, cut them up because they're cut up in small pieces and you can look at them when you get back there, and then dispose of them in the same trash can that the baby's in. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And funny enough, guess what is there? Is DNA that matches Megan Boswell. That matches essentially mummified her and tossed her away, literally, with the trash. Mr. Scott would like for you to think that the doctor's testimony, just that they shouldn't be able to just decide things in a vacuum. He kept mentioning, well, what if the child's dead on a table? And I think we all know that is not how doctors operate. Doctors operate off of medical histories and any information they can get. And that's what both doctors did in this case. They took everything, her birth records, her pediatric records, the scene itself, before they came to their conclusion. They don't operate in a vacuum. I think those were the words that Dr. Malishnik used, is they do not operate in a vacuum. And they determined what? Both doctors agree that this was a violent homicide, and that Evelyn Boswell died from some sort of asphyxiation. So, suffocation, I guess, is the easiest way to say it. So, if it was not for, say, the position of her body upside down in the trash can, that could have killed her. Well, say it wasn't that. Then maybe it was the blanket that was pulled up over. Remember that? How it was tightly pulled up over her face. That could have been what it was. Or it could have been upside down in the trash can. Could have also been the trash bag that she was placed inside of, where she was unable to breathe. Could have been the foil that was wrapped around her head. Could have been the trash can itself. If you remember, the doctor testified that her face was compressed up against the side of the trash can. And her body was in a reverse S curve, to where her head was so far bent back into a reverse S because of how the defendant compressed her body down into the trash can. Forcefully compressed her body down into the trash can. Her head and neck were wrapped so tightly with foil that even when they removed the foil, you could still see the impression of the foil on her face. You could still see the trash can form still to her face. Quickly, I'm going to ask you to go to your verdict form page. And it's going to be probably at the very end of your packet. Page 50 is where it starts. So these verdict forms, I'm going to show you one example. Okay. So you'll see here, this is just for count 1, and I'm just giving it as an example. We, the jury, find the defendant and mark the appropriate box. So if you go back in the jury room and you agree as a whole that Megan Boswell is guilty of first-degree murder, you do not need to consider anything below that. Those are what we call lesser included offenses, and we're required by law to put those on the verdict form for you to consider. But if you unanimously agree that Megan Boswell is guilty of first-degree murder, you can check that box and move on. You are not required to go through every single one of those if you believe that she is guilty of what she's charged with in that count. And if you go through these, you will see that each count of the indictment is similar. There are lesser included offenses for each one of these. And again, I will ask you that if you can unanimously agree, you do not need to go any further on that verdict form. The state has to prove several elements for each charge, and those are also in your packet. Count 1 is premeditated first-degree murder, that the defendant unlawfully killed the victim, that the defendant acted intentionally, and that the killing was premeditated. The next page defines premeditation for you as an act that was done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. It means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. So that means essentially when Megan Boswell wrapped Evelyn in the blanket, and you think, well, maybe she didn't have premeditation then. She could have formed premeditation in the time where she applied the foil, or premeditation in the time that she put her in that trash bag, or premeditation in the time that she pushed the next trash bag on top of her body. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, there is nothing about this case that is not premeditated. Count 2 and count 3 are what we call felony murder in the state of Tennessee. That's where we allege that a murder happened during a certain felony. And these felonies are aggravated child abuse and aggravated child neglect. Again, those go hand in hand with premeditated first-degree murder. We submit to you that not only did the defendant abuse the child, but that she neglected the child. And one of the perfect examples is how she left her in the trash can. That's neglect. Leaving her in the trash can, that's abuse. And it resulted in her death, which is felony murder. And we have to prove that the child is under the age of 8. There are many counts of false report. Page 29, I think, is where it starts. And it's counts, I believe, 7 through 17. The state must prove that the statement was made by the defendant, that it was made in response to a legitimate inquiry by law enforcement, and that it concerned a material fact about the incident within the officer's concern. If you remember, the defendant herself admits more than once that what she told the police was not true. So I submit that the state has proven each of those counts. Count 19, abuse of a corpse, page 30. The state must prove that the defendant mistreated a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, that she acted without legal privilege and acted knowingly. And I think that count speaks for itself, along with count 20, which is failure to report a death. A lot about this case really has been more about Megan Boswell than about this child, Evelyn. But Evelyn mattered. She deserved to grow up. She deserved that, but her mom took that away from her. And there's no evidence that anyone else was involved. I think you can see this was a pretty good investigation. It was very thorough, and the evidence continued to point in only one direction. The evidence only pointed at one person, Megan Boswell. She failed her daughter. She had the chance to keep her safe, to protect her, to give her to someone else if she couldn't handle her. You heard from the witnessing, there were people that she could have given Evelyn to that would have given her a beautiful life. But instead, she violently murdered her daughter. And she told story after story after story for 2.5 months. And maybe the worst part is that she just went on with her life as if Evelyn had never even existed. But Evelyn did exist. Evelyn is a real person. And Megan Boswell should not be able to go on as if Evelyn did not exist. There are things we will never know about what happened. None of us will ever know everything. I think it's fair to say that we do know that Evelyn was in the way. She was in the way of Megan Boswell living the life that she thought she deserved, that she wanted to live. So Megan removed her. It's as simple as that. So today, 5 years later, almost 5 years to the day that Evelyn was reported missing, we are going to ask that you hold Megan Boswell accountable for what she did for her child. I submit to you the state has proven every count and every element of every count beyond a reasonable doubt. And we are going to ask that you return a verdict of guilty.
Thank you, General. Mr. Scott, you may close.
I'm not so sure. Her fingerprints would have been everywhere. They really don't have a lot of evidence.
Good afternoon. I appreciate y'all's time. Appreciate you being here. Although I know you may not be here by your own free will, but I still appreciate it. This is a hard case. There's a lot of emotion in this case. And Amber Massengill is very good at giving an emotional closing and wanting you to play on your emotions. The jury instructions will tell you that this case is not about your emotion. It's not about sympathy. It's not about anything else. It's about proof and what's in the evidence. That's what this case is about. This case is more about what Megan Boswell didn't do than what she did do. Now, I'll go back through the witnesses here with you in a minute. But the state seems to be putting forth a theory that you should convict her of first-degree murder because she didn't grieve appropriately. She had fun after her child died. Now, is it far-fetched to believe that the child died in the first part of December, like she says? No, that seems to be the point where you see Megan's personality start to change. But I would suggest to you that change occurs when the child dies. You start to hear various friends come in and they talk. I can name them for you. Let's talk about Casey Saltz. She worked at Megan's pediatrician. And she was also, technically, would have been Megan's foster sister, I guess. She was the daughter of Megan's foster mother. And she talked about Megan being a good mother. She acknowledged that. She witnessed that. Megan brought her to the doctor. You have an exhibit in the records. It's item 67. It came in through the pediatrician. Read that page for page. It demonstrates that Megan was a good mother to Evelyn. She took her to the doctor for well check. She took her to the doctor when she was sick. She got medicine for her. She did what she should do. And then she misses that appointment in December. And that's when this starts. And I would submit to you, when all of this really starts, the child is dead. Now, we hear from other witnesses. We hear from Paul Miller. That is Ethan Perry's grandfather. He had no reason to believe that she wasn't a good mother. Seemed like she liked being a mom. Saw no signs of abuse or neglect. We heard from Audrey Gibbs. She'd been with Megan almost every day up until she moved to Knoxville in 2019. She describes Megan as a good mom. There were a few things. There was once where she thought her diaper needed to be changed, and once where they neglected to buckle the car seat. But those are mistakes. That's not child neglect. That's not child abuse. Those are mistakes. Audrey talks about Megan coming to Knoxville at the end of December sometime, and by that point she acts disassociated. She's not normal. She's saying "I love you" over and over again to her. So, again, maybe she's not grieving right. Bailey Hawkins stayed at the Econo Lodge with Megan. Megan just went to sleep, despite Bailey thought they might do things. They might talk or whatever they might do. But she just went to sleep. Again, I would suggest to you she's disassociated. Bailey saw no signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. Mr. Horn questioned her. She described Evelyn as the one consistent love that Megan had. And Megan is a girl who comes from a world of fractured relationships. And Miss Massengill wants to downplay Megan's home life. Matt Price did it. There's a video in there. He talks about it. He talks about, I mean no disrespect, but I know that Boswell family. I'm aware of them. I know how you come up. Your mom and daddy using drugs. I mean, you want to talk about a home life, watch the video with Agent Fraley. Her mom was laid in there in stripes, a jail uniform. What kind of home life was that? Then we get to Caitlin Jones Carter, whom you can make what you want of her testimony. Her body language tells me she's no longer Megan's friend. However, she described, aside from the one day when she saw Evelyn as dirty, that Megan had been a good mother. No signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. She said she saw Evelyn sometime in December. She tried to tie it to her school, but she really couldn't give us a specific date. So I think the best you can say is that it's sometime in December. Gail Kite. Let's talk about her. Megan's foster mom. She gets Megan when Megan comes into her foster care. Megan's 7 months pregnant. She's 17 years old. Gail describes her as looking like she's not pregnant, as being underweight. We know from the medical records and the testimony that come in from Dr. Smith, Megan suffered from intrauterine growth restriction at that time. We've heard that. So that's the shape she's in. But Gail talks about how she gets her in good shape. She has the baby. She's a loving mother. She takes care of the baby. Gail never saw abuse, never saw neglect, never had any doubts about Megan. Erica Stacy, and that's the mother of Megan's ex-boyfriend, and I think his name is, can't remember his name obviously, but it's the mother of his ex-boyfriend. She described Megan as a good mother. Evelyn was always clean. And I'll point something out to you. The state wants you to believe that Megan just meets Hunter Wood and throws this child away for him. She didn't do that for, I think it's Caleb Stacy. She didn't do that for Caleb. There were other boyfriends. Now there's talk about, a lot of talk about Ethan Perry thinking he was the father. Well, the proof you've actually seen is they go about as Ethan is the father. And there's been no proof that Megan knew that he wasn't the father at that point. I'm not trying to, I mean, it just happens that sometimes people may think one person's the father and they're not. But calling him out of anything or anything else. Like, it's not like this didn't start early on that she thought Ethan was the father. She obviously thought a lot of Ethan. She drove to Texas, took Evelyn to see him. Now, he did say one thing that kind of struck me a little odd. He acted as though she just showed up in Texas. I suspect, and he finally admitted on cross-examination, that he told her where he was in Texas. You just don't hop in the car and drive to Texas and say, I'll drive around El Paso till I see his car in the parking lot and pull in. That's not what happened. I think he kind of wanted you to think that, but that's not what happened. Let's talk about Randy Wood. Randy Wood is the father of Hunter Wood. The state called him. The state is the one who elicited the information about Hunter Wood being hospitalized. That's the first you hear of him being hospitalized. It's the state. Now, Ms. Massagill wants you to think I have some grand conspiracy theory. I don't. I do have a statement from Megan Boswell when she talks to Agent Fraley about what happened in this case. She says, Hunter was there when Evelyn died. I wrapped her up and I swallowed her. I held her. She kept getting colder as the day went on. I didn't want her to get cold. Hunter took her, and he got rid of her. Now, they want you to believe that that's just impossible. Why did Hunter not give his DNA? Ask yourself that. If you have nothing to hide, why wouldn't you just let them test your DNA against all the evidence they have? Turns out they couldn't have tested it, probably. But he didn't give them that chance because he had something to hide. Now, his dad said that he was schizophrenic. I asked him, is he schizophrenic and have hallucinations? He agreed with me on that. He also agreed with me when I asked him if he talked about using an aluminum foil or tin foil. And he says, yeah, he talks about some off-the-wall stuff. Now, ask yourself, who's more likely to have wrapped that child in tin foil? The child's mother that has cared for the child, taken care of the child, or the boyfriend who's schizophrenic? And I'm not trying to vilify Hunter Wood. That's not been my intention throughout this trial. But Megan's statement is that one of them rolled over on the bed. The young mother may think that. There could have been other causes. When we get to the causes, I guess we can go ahead and we can talk about Dr. Schmidt and Dr. Malushnik. Now, Dr. Schmidt, I asked her about several different things. She's the lady who actually performed the autopsy. And she formed an opinion of homicidal death based on the way the child was in the trash can. But she could not tell you a medical basis for the child's death, other than a diagnosis of exclusion. And a diagnosis of exclusion is simply, we don't know what else is wrong with her, so she must have smothered in this trash can. That's what they want, what she said, essentially. Now, I cross-examined her about a lot of things. I asked her about SIDS. And even though the subsequent doctor didn't agree with it, Dr. Malushnik, I didn't ask about something that didn't exist. Dr. Schmidt knew exactly what SIDS was. We talked about it. We talked about the ages, how we don't know what causes it. She answered questions about it. She said, and ultimately, she could not rule that out in this case. Just like she could not say with any degree of certainty that the child was placed in the trash can alive or dead. She couldn't say that. She brought up that the child had a heart valve that leaked. She admitted under cross-examination that could have been what killed the child. We talked about laryngeal, we talked about laryngeal convulsions. Could that have caused the death of the child? She admitted it could. Now, Ms. Massagill brought up that I brought up tongue tie. I brought up tongue tie, I brought up GERD, I brought up an infection she had, because all of those things can lead to the onset of SIDS. That's the research, and Dr. Schmidt agreed with that. Now, I want to tell you something about Dr. Schmidt and Dr. Malushnik. I think Dr. Schmidt she was the medical examiner in Johnson City when this happened. Dr. Malushnik is not her boss. It's not like she's somehow over her. Dr. Schmidt was the chief medical examiner at the Jenkins Autopsy Center, Forensic Center. Subsequently, for whatever reason, the state sent her report to Dr. Malushnik for another opinion. Dr. Malushnik only reviewed her report, and she finds that it's a good report. But then she wants to go further and find with some type of certainty that child was placed in the trash can. And you saw an exchange between me and her in here yesterday. It went on for 4 or 5 questions. And I kept asking her, Doctor, can you say any type of certainty? What can you say about this? Can you conclusively say that child was dead when it was wrapped in the blanket, wrapped in tinfoil, and put in the trash can. She evaded that question. She wouldn't answer that question. She finally answered that question only after it was threatened she would be in contempt if she didn't directly answer the question. And her answer was, no, I can't say conclusively. And then she threw out kind of a parting shot at me as she left. And suggest to you the more accuracy of that parting shot, she said the child could have been murdered some other way. Should have been. The child could have died some other unknown way. That's what the truth would have been. She presupposed that this child was alive when it went in the trash can. The doctor who did the autopsy was very clear she could not conclude that. She said it couldn't be excluded, but it cannot be included. Dr. McLucent come in with a preconceived notion of that's what happened. Now, the state has to prove to you cause of death in this case. They have to prove that child was unlawfully killed. They have to prove this wasn't an accident. The proof from Dr. Schmidt leaves open a heart, it leaves open SIDS, laryngeal convulsion, it leaves open all of those things. We don't know what happened. It also left open a rollover, which is what Megan told Agent Fraley. And now, would Megan know for sure that that's what happened? Maybe not. You wake up and you find your baby dead in bed. Could you not come to the reasonable conclusion one of us must have rolled over on it? She's 17 years old. She's not sophisticated. She's had a hard life. She's scared that she's going to get in trouble. Hunter Wood's scared that he's going to get in trouble. And that's why she does what she does. Hunter takes the baby to dispose of it. She knows about it. Is that right on her part? No, it's not. Should she have called and reported? She absolutely should have. I told you that in my opening statement. Have they proved that she's a liar over and over? They have. Don't deny that. They haven't proved she's a murderer. You see, you have more counts of false report than I can really count. I think there's 11 or 12 of them. Almost every time she's talking to law enforcement, you're considering a count of false report. With the exception of, you're not considering one for the time she talked to Agent Fraley. That's not before you. I would submit to you what happened was the conversation with Agent Fraley on the 25th of February, almost 5 years ago. That was a breaking point. That's a breaking point where she finally admits Evelyn is dead. She's able to admit to herself. You saw all these pictures she's sending back and forth before that. That's how she's grieving. Maybe she doesn't want to accept that the child is dead. Maybe as long as she keeps talking about it, talking to the media, talking to the police, and saying that Evelyn is somewhere else, she believes that. Maybe that's how she's getting by. You can't judge someone for how they grieve. You don't know what goes through their head. You don't know what they were raised with. I've never lost a child. I hope none of you ever have. But how am I to tell someone when they lose their child how they grieve? How am I to do that? Amber can tell you that. Oh, she shouldn't have went here. She shouldn't have did that. How does she know that? She's not in Megan's shoes. She's not out there living in that single wide trailer. That's not her life. She's not been raised by drug addict parents, a dad that beats on her mom constantly, and seen that growing up. She's not seen that. She can't put herself in her shoes. It's not fair to say she murdered her child because she didn't grieve right. I resent it. You should too. You should look to the evidence in this case. Do they prove a cause of death? That's the stopping point on the homicide counts. They can't do it. They brought two medical examiners in here who contradicted each other. The first one, at least, had read her medical records. The second one talks about how she is perfectly a healthy child. She ignored everything in her medical records. She didn't talk about them. It was obvious to me. Should have been obvious to you. She hadn't read them. She didn't care. It was her job to come here and convict Megan Boswell of murder. If you don't believe that, why would she leave here and say, well, she must have been murdered some other way? She was a biased witness, and she wasn't a credible witness. Now, let's talk about the tinfoil. How could her one fingerprint be on a piece of tinfoil? Can y'all see this roll? Maybe like this. Okay, my fingerprint's on this roll. I've taken this one. The next person who gets this is going to get a piece of tinfoil with my fingerprint. That's a possible way. What's another possible way? We've heard that the tinfoil had food and debris on it. And there's food and debris in the trash. Like that, whoever got it would have had to have reached in there and gotten several pieces. There were several pieces of tinfoil. I believe 4. There should have been fingerprints all over it. One fingerprint. One fingerprint. It doesn't prove she put that tinfoil on there. Now, what about DNA on the garbage can? I would just about guarantee you, each and every one of you, your DNA is on your garbage can in your kitchen. Your DNA is all over the house. Your finger, I said DNA, actually fingerprints. Your fingerprints are all over your house. It's the kind of thing we don't think about, but you touch something, you put your prints. I think that's what you should consider. I mean, probably Evelyn's handprint on the trash can. At some point, I think in opening, I mentioned to you an unidentified palm print on the trash can. Well, I didn't know at the time it was a child's because it wasn't in the fingerprint analysis report. It's not unbelievable that it's the child's. Now, Ms. Maxengill made a statement, and I was a little perplexed with it. The defense wants you to believe that wearing gloves prevents putting fingerprints on something. You heard the fingerprint expert say that it can. I think we all know that from our common sense stuff. If you cover the fingerprint up, you're not going to leave it on something. Now, let's go back to the statement of Agent Fraley. February the 25th. She's talked to law enforcement over and over. And she talks about how she breaks down. She breaks. It's the breaking point. She admits she's dead. And she's telling them the truth. How do you know she's telling them the truth? Because if she's still trying to lie to them, if she's still trying to confuse them, she wouldn't have said, I don't know where the baby is. It could be at Hunter's, it could be at Tommy's. Why would you say, if you're trying to lie to them, or perpetuate this lie like Ms. Maxengill tells you, that the baby could be at Tommy's? Why would you do that? Ask yourself that question. She's telling them where the baby is. She thinks, I think it could have been left one of these two places. Says, I want to find it. And you'll have that video. You can watch it as many times as you want to. I hope you will watch it again. You hear Agent Fraley talk about how he'll go to the DA. She's a scared young mother. He understands that. Now, I don't have to prove this case to you. I wish I could, but I can't. You can't prove a negative. What I can tell you is the state has not proven their case. They've not proven the cause of death. They've not proven that the death was an unlawful killing as opposed to an accident, or some rolling over in the bed being an accident, or some kind of health-related issue. They haven't proved that. Let's talk about the gloves. I go around in circles sometimes, and I hope y'all are following me. I apologize for that. But let's talk about those gloves. Ms. Massagill talks about the criminal tore the gloves up in the trash can. I think if you'll remember back and look through your notes, TBI cut those gloves up for testing. I could be wrong, but I think that's the case. Now, what do those gloves tell us? Do they match up to anyone? No. But they do match up to an unknown male. There's not enough profile there to match it to someone specifically identify them, but it matches it up to an unknown male. That's why there's not multiple fingerprints on the tinfoil on the child. Those gloves that match some unknown male. We know it's male DNA. We know that. Finally, let me talk just a little bit about Hunter. There's a text thread, and it's in February. It's between Megan and Hunter. And it appears like Megan's telling Hunter the same story she's telling everyone else. But remember, Megan's told Agent Fraley that Hunter doesn't want his name brought into this. He doesn't want to be involved. He told her not to tell anybody anything about the child. At this point, Hunter, he throws out a name in that text. He talks about Agent Wilhoit. He's been involved with the police. He knows the police are looking at this. This is February the 22nd. Suggest to you that text thread is, look at the texts. They're self-serving. I'm just worried about the baby. I just want the baby returned safe. That's Hunter and Megan's way of covering Hunter's involvement in this. I'm not saying Hunter killed that child, but I'm saying he did dispose of the child. That text thread, it's a convenient way if you think about it. If you're trying to have proof that you didn't do something, if you start a conversation, start texting it, say, oh no, I didn't do that. Look at my text. I texted her, she's told me this. It's a convenient thing for him. But he didn't give his DNA. We know that. His dad talks about he went crazy because he was called a baby killer. Maybe he went crazy because of his participation in disposing of that body. We don't know. Everybody seems to agree he has went crazy. You saw a document admitted this morning. That's where he's being held out of court over in Virginia to be evaluated to see where he's competent for some crime he's committed. He's up at Marion right now to be evaluated. That's what we know. I hope I've answered your questions. I hope my argument has helped you somehow with this case. But what I would say to you, if you have questions, about any elements of these crimes, and your questions are not answered to your satisfaction, you have reasonable doubt. If you say, I don't know how that child died, that's reasonable doubt on the homicide count. I don't think I have much more to say to you. I go to a Baptist church and I hate long sermons, and I'm used to it. I think I've been up here for about a half an hour, but I thank you. I pray you'll come to the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. General, you may close on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, much like Megan Boswell, Mr. Scott seems to have some very convenient explanations for what happened in this case. Lots of things that happened in this case. All of the evidence in this case that points to his client, he's got some sort of explanation for it. But the problem is, in order to buy into this, in order to believe it, you have to believe Megan Boswell. You have to believe that when she spoke to Agent Fraley on the 25th, that she was somehow, for the first and only time in this courtroom, speaking the truth. But I think each of you, as you sit here, know that's not possible. That's not possible. Megan Boswell is one of those people. You used to hear the expression, the truth ain't in them. The truth's not in Megan Boswell. She doesn't know how to tell the truth. Everything that she tells to every person in her life is for some reason. And that reason is because Megan's trying to get something out of it. She is a master manipulator. Even at 17 years old, you sit there and watch those videos. She's trying to play everybody. She's trying to play the law enforcement officers who are interviewing her. She's playing her friends. Every person in her life who walked through that gate and sat up on that witness chair was in some way manipulated by Megan Boswell. Some way. Whether it was about Evelyn, whether it was about how she was going to pay for a babysitter, whether you're the father of my child, whether you're a great-grandfather, whether your wife who's dying of cancer is babysitting the kid. I mean, she knows no bounds. There is no person that she will not manipulate and tell untruths about and to. No one. But Mr. Scott comes in here today and says, yeah, hey, come on, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the 25th, that was the point, which she decided, hey, I'm going to be truthful here. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. And we know it's not. It was just another story. She was telling law enforcement to lead them some other way. That's all it was. And if you remember, Agent Gratz testified. General Massengill was asking him the question, when did this first thing about accidents and rollovers, when did that come up? Well, it came up when the police and law enforcement finally said, we got nothing going on here. We got to give her an out. We got to give her something so we can try to find this kid. They're the ones who suggested it. And then very conveniently the next day she comes in and guess what? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I've been lying to you all for days and days and days now. But now I'm going to tell you the truth. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened. I submit to you, the only time that Megan Boswell may have told the truth about some small portion, if you remember during one of the interviews, Lieutenant Price, who had been very patient with her up until that point in time, finally said, come on, something happened on December 21st. And she stopped him and corrected him. Remember? She said, no, something happened before December 21st. Yeah, something did. She murdered her child. That's what happened before December 21st. Ladies and gentlemen, before I speak further about the physical evidence that ties and shows that Miss Boswell is the one who is guilty in this case and who needs to be held accountable, I want to take you back to jury selection. Last week when you all were first up here and up there. And I asked you if all of you had brought your common sense with you. And if all of you, as you listen to the evidence in the case, would use your common sense. And everyone agreed that you would. And so I want to remind you of that. And it reminds you to apply that to the evidence that you've heard, the testimony that you've heard in this case. Because the defense wants to say that perhaps, again, speculating, it's a possibility that Evelyn just died one day in early December. And then all of a sudden, Megan engages in this just pattern of just totally bizarre behavior that involves wrapping her child in a blanket, tightly pressing her head in aluminum foil, and stuffing her in a trash can, and then engaging in this just convoluted tale to anybody who wants to inquire about what's going on with Evelyn. But it's a remarkable coincidence, isn't it, that all this occurs at the same time that she starts working at the chicken shack. And that she meets Hunter Wood. You know, that Hunter Wood. The one who lives out on the lake in the big house. And remember, this is where Megan's living before December. These are the conditions Megan's subjecting her child to before December. Then she meets Hunter Wood. Big house out by the lake. Dad owns a business that I'm working at. There's other things she's telling investigators as time goes on. Needed a break. Watching 3 kids. Remember, her mom had the 2 other young siblings. Needed a break. Was tired. When did Ethan Perry step up? I've been raising this kid for a whole year by myself. Probably a little bit of truth in there. A little bit of truth. But it's a remarkable coincidence. This kid, Evelyn, natural causes, just dies right at the same time. Apply your common sense in asking yourselves, why? Why would Megan Boswell then start on December the 7th? She tells Bailey Hawkins, hey, it's just me. Ethan's grandma has Evelyn right now. December 7th. Remember, she starts Chicken Shack the 2nd. 7th, 5 days. 5 days later. Why does she start telling all these things that are obviously not true? I'm in a custody battle with Ethan. I don't have it. Evelyn's sick. She's got the flu. I can't bring her. Can't bring her up there to get the Christmas gifts. Let you see her. Why does she do that? Why does a mom who, by everybody's testimony, everybody's, her friend Bailey Hawkins told you, I mean, yeah, she wasn't a perfect mom, but she did well. She did well. They all did. I mean, she's posting pictures on Facebook, Instagram. Everybody. Her own pediatrician, Dr. Pugh, came in here. Yeah. She's a good kid. We didn't have any concerns. Healthy, meeting milestones, an advanced child. Why does a mom who dotes over her kid, who won't even let anybody babysit, she's so protective of this child? Remember Erica Stacy? I mean, heaven's sakes. I mean, that's an ex-boyfriend's mom who is willing to babysit the kid so that her son can go on dates with her. She won't let her do it. She won't let her do it. She will not let her babysit. That's how protective she is of this child. So why? Why? Apply your common sense. She won't do it because she can't face the truth about what she's done. She can't face that truth. She can't look at that picture, and I'm not going to put it back up there for you. She can't face what she's done to that child. Discarding her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did. She can't face that truth. So she engages in just spinning all these stories to everybody. Everybody that comes with a story, she's deflecting that out because she doesn't want to face that. It is almost unbelievable to me that the defense is still arguing that Hunter Wood had some involvement in this case. I mean, truly unbelievable to me that they're making that argument. That has no credibility, number one. And two, no proof whatsoever. Not a single shred of evidence has been presented in this courtroom that ties Hunter Wood to anything dealing with the death of Evelyn Boswell. Not one thing. It's all just rank speculation. Oh, well, because he's in a mental hospital, therefore he must have done something. Right? No. How many people walked up there, took that witness stand, and said, oh, yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter and Evelyn and Megan together. I remember when I saw that. None. Nobody said that. How many people said, oh, yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter holding Evelyn at the chicken? No. Again, nobody said that. No evidence, nothing from that witness stand ever put Hunter with Evelyn. She evidently wants you to believe, again, and I'll put this picture back up there. She wants you to believe that Hunter, and remember her when she's talking to Agent Fraley, that Hunter went over to her place. That's her place. Stayed the night with her and rolled over on the child. He's got a place over, nice place over on the lake, remember. But that's what she wants you to believe. When her breaking point, when she's finally telling the truth. Apply your common sense to that. What else possibly ties Hunter to this case? To Evelyn's body being disposed of? Or maybe it's the playhouse over on Tommy's property. No. Again, we know Evelyn is probably gone 5 days after she first met Hunter from working at the chicken shack. But Megan Boswell wants you to believe that he's been able to go on to her and stick a bomb. Megan Boswell. Mr. Scott asked you, and I wrote it down. He asked you who was more likely to have left a print on the foil. Well, I'll tell you who's more likely to have left a print on the foil. The person whose print was found on the foil. Megan Boswell. He stands up here, and again, we've got explanations for everything. Well, maybe it was possible she tore a sheet off earlier, and in doing that, she grabbed the foil and left a print. Well, there's no Hunter Wood prints on any of the foil. The bag that's stuffed on top of the body where Evelyn's found. Multiple prints on that. None of them belong to Hunter. They all belong to Megan Boswell. He wants to say, and again, it's still beyond my comprehension that we're talking about Hunter Wood here. You know, why wouldn't Hunter give a DNA sample? I don't know. Perhaps because Hunter is being mucked up in Megan's world here. My gosh. Here I am dating this girl, and all of a sudden I got TBI agents asking me about a child that's missing and no explanation for it. Maybe that's why. And again, in this particular case, you heard from Agent Gray, what does it matter? There's nothing that was tested. All those things she testified to yesterday, all of them, all those things I handed up to her that she analyzed, not one piece of them had any identifiable DNA on it that could have been tied back to Hunter. None. Everything was Megan's or Evelyn's or limited profiles. Remember I asked her if I gave everybody in the world's DNA to her, she wouldn't have been able to match any DNA to Hunter would. Nothing. Nothing. Everything connected to that body in the trash can comes back to Megan Boswell. And then, let's not forget, in the middle, while all this is going on, February 22nd, Megan's child's missing. They questioned Hunter. And they have this conversation. And Mr. Scott wants you to believe that this is some kind of contrived thing between Megan and Hunter. But what evidence did you hear that there was any sort of contrived conversations going on here? Nothing. Again, nothing. In order to believe that, you've got to believe one person, Megan Boswell. And we know you can't believe her. No. Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. What's her response? If she was truly trying to cover this up, a little bit better response would probably be heard. She says, Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing. His concern, please assure me the baby will be found and brought home safely. That's not a conversation with someone that you have that has disposed of a body, that has helped get rid of your dead child. That's not a conversation. Hunter Wood is not at play here, ladies and gentlemen. Not at all. Not at all. Defense has also talked to you about these things that medical conditions that they questioned the medical examiners about yesterday. Possible things that might have caused Evelyn to just suddenly die of natural causes. A perfectly healthy child. Again, he's asking you to speculate about possibilities. But we don't decide this case on possibilities. And if you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't hear from just 2 doctors about Evelyn's condition, about what kind of a child she was. You heard from 3 doctors. Her pediatrician testified in this case too. And what did she tell you? Evelyn was a healthy child, advanced, had met all of her milestones. Any concerns about her health? No. Her concern was that on December the 5th, she doesn't show up for her year checkup appointment. She's a no-show. That's her, not Evelyn's got tongue-tied. I'm concerned maybe she's going to die from SIDS. Not, oh, she's got some sort of reflux going on. I'm afraid she might be at risk to just suddenly die one day. That's not her concern. And remember, and Mr. Scott didn't talk about this because you don't want to talk about it. I asked Dr. Malusnik yesterday about statistics. This wasn't just her opinion. These are statistics kept by the Department of Health in Tennessee about the number of kids over 1 year of age who died in rollover deaths. Entire state of Tennessee last year, none. Entire state of Tennessee last 10 years, none. But yet, they want you to believe that's a possibility in this case. She's the first one, ladies and gentlemen, evidently. The first one. No, it's not a possibility. You decide this case on the evidence that you've heard and the testimony you've heard from that witness stand. And the testimony you heard from 2 different medical examiners is that this child died from asphyxiation. That's what they told you. Both of them told you that. He said they had contrary opinions. They didn't have contrary opinions. One of them had a little stronger opinion, but they both had the same opinion. They both told you the cause of death was the same thing, asphyxia. And all the evidence in this case points to one person alone as being the person who caused that asphyxiation, and that is Megan Boswell. This wasn't an accident, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't an accident at all. You've got lots of evidence of premeditation sitting over there in that box. This isn't a little piece of tin foil. This isn't foil like you stick around a baked potato and stick in the oven. You saw it. You saw the photographs, and the foil's in there. Pull it out. It's a big old piece of foil. Mr. Scott wants to suggest maybe it was sitting down in the trash can and somebody pulled it out. Nobody's using that much foil. Use your common sense. And remember the testimony from Dr. Malusnik yesterday about how that foil was applied. That blanket, so tight when they're taking it off, the impressions left on that child's face. The foil, how painstakingly slow they had to pull it off because it was tightly compressed around the child's head. I submit to you, that's premeditation, ladies and gentlemen. That's intent. That's not an accident. Part of this case, ladies and gentlemen, that, as Mr. Scott said, is really, sad. It really is. It's a tragedy. You think about all those people that you heard testify, how easily all of this could have been avoided. All those people. Bailey Hawkins, Audrey Gibbs, Casey Saltz, Gail Kite, Paul Miller, Erica Stacy. Any one of those people would have taken that child. All this could have been avoided. But Megan Boswell only cares about one person, and that's Megan Boswell. She started a facade back first week of December after she killed her child. She created this world, this web, you've heard it called. And that's a pretty good description of it. It's a web. And it traps and ensnares everybody that she comes into contact with. She started this facade back then, and it's continued and continued and continued. And she brought it into here to this courtroom in front of you. And she's trying to get you all to believe the rollover, believe the accident, believe my child died of natural causes, and that I just flipped out and engaged in this totally bizarre behavior. But in order to do that, you have to ignore the evidence in this case. You have to ignore the forensics that place her and her alone as the perpetrator of this crime. This case is the very opposite of an accident. It's an intentional and knowing murder of a child. Megan Boswell got rid of Evelyn so that Megan could be Megan. She enjoyed it. You've seen the pictures General Massengill showed you. Hanging out on Blowing Rock, going to the aquarium, Super Bowl party. Megan Boswell sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back in that first week in December. As guilty as she was on February the 18th when she first came in there. Detective Perez and James Lewis interviewed her. She acted all surprised. What are y'all going to do? You going to find my child for me? What do you do when a child goes missing? Remember those expressions, those questions she threw out there? She sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back then because she never learned the one lesson that we all know, which is that you're responsible for your actions and your choices in life. And she sits here because she refused to learn that lesson. You've heard her interviews. She takes responsibility for nothing. But today is the day that you get to hold her responsible for those actions, for her poor choices and decisions, for her decision to get rid of Evelyn, to dispose of her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did, ladies and gentlemen. She disposed of her child like a piece of garbage. But her poor choices and decisions have a price, and they have a consequence. The state has proven to you over the course of the last week, Megan Boswell is guilty. First-degree murder, false report, tampering with evidence, and a failing to report that death to authorities. We ask today that you hold her responsible for those poor decisions by finding her guilty as charged.
Thank you, General. Let us see the attorneys.
I don't think her lawyer helped her at all. I think he made it worse for her, and the jury saw straight through that. Yeah, I still can't figure out why the aluminum foil, unless, like Jen
Mr.
said, she got upset with her
Mr.
and then
Selner,
pressed it up against her
Mr.
face
Arnett,
or
you're the
something
three
made her
alternates.
mad. I'm not sure, but I
If you will go with the officer. Just leave him in the seat. That'd be fine. And your notes as well. We'll just take care of them. The rest, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm going to finish the charge. All right. Now, back on page 49. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. When you have reached a verdict, you will return with it to this courtroom, and your foreperson will deliver the verdict form to the court. Take with you the presentment, the exhibits, the verdict forms, the court's written instructions, and you may retire and consider your verdict as soon as the officer comes back to get you.
Everyone stand, please.
3:05 p.m.
Take the ones that you have. Just
Right.
the three.
Leave the others.
That's the one that you took, and don't worry about the one that belongs to the office, okay? You may be seated, thank you.
All right. We'll be in recess, waiting verdict of the jury.
While they're deliberating, we are going to watch. I went ahead and stopped this morning the Twisted Secrets trial. It actually looks pretty good. So this is right after opening statements, so it won't be hard for us to get into. And then how long do you think it'll be before they come back with a verdict? You think it'll be today? I think it will, but you never know, right? Okay, here we go. With the live secrets, South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes, day 2. If you didn't see the link I put earlier, go ahead and let me know. And this is that's now.
December of 2008.
And in 2008, where were y'all living?
2008, I lived near downtown on Glen Street, right behind Cleveland Park. My sister lived in, at that time, in her home in Greer with her estranged husband.
And how long did Christina Parcell and John Mello date?
They broke up, to my understanding, October of 2015, so just under 7 years.
And during that time, did she have a child?
She did. She had my niece.
And when was your niece born?
June of 2012.
And so during the time in which Christina Parcell was dating John Mello, what kind of relationship did y'all have?
So they began seeing each other, again, just based off of my sister's papers and all of that sort of thing. December of 2008. I'm the kind of person I have to put things like in place and time. So December of 2008. his first stroke when he was 51. And within a year, so April or May of the next year, my sister wrote a letter cutting off contact with our whole family, saying that she had reached a new place of spiritual love and needed to only have true and pure love in her life, etc.
And so around 2009, did you see her very often?
I would see her less and less in 2009, and then beginning in 2010, she cut off contact, and we didn't see her for 4 years.
So from about 2009 to 2013?
2010 to 2014, we didn't see her for 4 years.
And did y'all have the occasion to reconnect?
My sister reached back out to my parents July of 2014. My parents found out they had a grandchild. That my niece was 2 years old. My sister began reconnecting. She reached out to me. We met for, I don't know if it's lunch or dinner, but Freddy's Custard and Easley was the first time I kind of got to see her and my niece again for the first time in 2014.
And so during that time, did you know where Christina Parcell was living?
She lived at a house at Easley on 3rd Avenue or 3rd Street. I don't remember Avenue or Street.
And is that where she brought home her daughter?
Yes, my understanding is Aida lived with her full time. The photos I've seen of that time period, she had a room, there were photos there, they lived together.
And so she was raising your niece during that first couple of years?
Yes, and all the court documentation follows that as well.
And during that time, did you have the occasion to meet John Mello?
Not during the first few years of my niece's life because we didn't have contact. I met him maybe a time or two from 2014 to when they broke up in 2015.
Now, did they ever live together?
No, he was living with his wife at the time.
So around 2014, 2015, you and your sister sort of reconnected?
She reconnected with the whole family, correct.
And did Christina Parcell and John Mello ever engage in disputes over who had rights to their daughter?
For years, yes.
About when did that custody dispute begin?
They broke up sometime in October of 2015, and I know that she had a family court deposition in March of 2016, so almost immediately would be the best I could put it.
So about the time y'all reconnected, she was already engaged in disputes with John Mello over the custody of her daughter.
I don't believe that they were. I don't believe they had begun in 2014 when she first started reconnecting with our family, but within that next year, shortly after they broke up.
So from that point on, were you, and I don't want to say involved, but were you aware of the dispute, and did you support your sister during that time?
Well, sure. Not financially, emotionally, or because we had been estranged for 4 years. That is, it sounds so trite. It's a big hurt. This is my baby sister, and I'm trying to find a way to put her back in my life. So even though she was going through this custody battle, I was also kind of trying to get over my hurt feelings with her. So we interacted, but we weren't, again, tied at the hip best friends at that point.
And so as time goes on, did the custody dispute continue?
For years, yes.
And did Christina Parcell begin a relationship with Brad Post?
Yes, she did.
About what time did she begin that relationship?
Again, based on documentation I've seen in her effects, within a few months of ending things with John Mello.
So around 2015?
Yes.
And so pushing up to 2020 time frame, did your relationship with her grow closer?
Yes, in January of 2020, my mom was diagnosed with stage 4 lymphoma, which is scary. And you dropped something. It's scary. It's aggressive. My sister and I met for lunch, and we're making a plan for how are we going to get my mom through this. If something happens to Mom, how are we going to take care of our dad, who's had multiple strokes. And during this lunch, she looked at me and said, I really want you to be a bigger part of my life and my niece's life. And so we started consciously choosing to be more involved with each other.
And at that time, where was everybody living?
So at that time, COVID, I was sheltering in place with my estranged husband in my marital home in Greer. That's awkward, but it was. My sister, again, she rented a duplex, so when she had visitation with my niece, they would do those visitations in the duplex, and then when she was not living in the duplex, she spent her time with Brad Post.
Okay, and up until about 2020, did John Mello and Christina Parcell share custody of Aida?
Early on, I hate this phrase, but it's the only one I can really know. They had a gentleman's agreement early on about custody that suddenly nobody agreed to, so they went into court. John had primary custody. My sister had visitation, standard visitation every other weekend, weeks during the summer, time on birthday and Mother's Day, at the holidays. I think it's Richards Brown. I don't remember the name.
And so, and during all this time, was there litigation going on between the two?
Yes, multiple times.
So I'm going to take you to about October of 2020.
Yes.
Did John Mello leave the country with your niece?
Yes, he emailed my sister and said we won't be here for the next visit weekend, can't make it to the next visit weekend, something to that effect, and missed the court-ordered scheduled visitation. Didn't know where or why necessarily until shortly after when we discovered they were out of the country.
And so in October of 2020, where was Christina living? That same duplex?
In again, March going to April of 2020, I'm sheltering in place with my now ex-husband, so super great. I decided I didn't want to do that, and I'm getting an apartment for myself. And my sister had just said, I want us to be closer, and her lease on that duplex was coming due in that spring of 2020, and I told her, I'm getting an apartment. I can get a 3-bedroom apartment. I clearly am a army of one and don't need a 3-bedroom, but if I got a 3-bedroom, then you could have your visit weekends with me, and we can spend time together. We have a playground, have a pool, etc., etc. So summer going into fall of 2020, my sister had her visit weekends with my niece in my apartment, and then she, again, was living for the most part with Post non-visit weekends or non-visit weeks.
And was Christina Parcell working during this time?
Yes, she was a vet tech.
Was she a full-time vet tech or?
No, at that time she was part-time.
So in 2020, y'all discover that your niece has left the country with John Mello.
Yes.
Did this sort of set off a new set of litigation as far as the custody dispute is concerned?
Yes, she filed a rule to show cause in family court under the then agreement that she had, because they had reached an agreement. He was in violation of that agreement. Rule to show cause was, the family court equivalent of you broke the agreement. Once we determined where he was, she had already spoken to family court, her lawyer, Greenville County, tried to reach out to SLED, tried to reach out to the FBI. Once we discovered where they were, started investigating, how do you get someone back from a foreign country?
And was she dedicated to trying to get her daughter back?
Every day.
So what did she do?
Once we've finally figured out that there is a Hague Convention for child abduction, not just war crimes, but truly for child abduction, reached out to the State Department. Her first contact was Zach, and then the second contact was a woman named April Conway. And essentially, you go through this entire application of the circumstances. You have to provide the court orders, the existing orders that funnels up through the State Department to, they call it the Central Authority. So the U.S. Central Authority then reaches over to their counterpart in whatever the country is, because this happens for all of these countries that are a part of the convention. And then it goes down their chain. In this case, it was Italy.
And when did she start that process?
Oh, we found out where they were late October, early November, so probably November, possibly December of 2020.
And again, how did you find out that your niece was in Italy?
Her father posted a photo on Facebook of her standing in, think like a cobblestone plaza type situation. It was nighttime. There was a banner on the wall behind her that said the name Rovigo, Italy. And once we began searching down that rabbit hole, we found an online news article.
And were you having any contact with your niece at that time?
First time my sister got to speak with my niece was Christmas Day of 2020, so it had been 2.5 months.
All right, so you mentioned this Hague Convention. Did Christina continue to pursue that and, in fact, have some hearings in Italy regarding the ultimate custody of your niece?
Yeah, so when you go through this process with The Hague, I am not an expert, but this is one of those things that kind of sticks with you. Since it goes through the Central Authority, essentially that other country, their government is acting on your behalf. So the equivalent of Walt in Italy was representing my sister. It's not that she had to hire an attorney. The state or the nation of Italy was doing it, because this is all international agreements and arrangements. All communication was done through the State Department. So they channel up, it goes over, it comes down, and back and forth. The State Department let her know that a hearing had been scheduled for February of 2021, and that she could attend either virtually or in person. And she called me to let me know. I was at work. She called me, and I asked her if she wanted to go, and she said yes. And I asked her if she wanted me to go with her, and she said yes. So I bought 2 round-trip tickets that day.
And did y'all ultimately go to Italy for a hearing?
We flew out of Atlanta on Wednesday, March 10th. We arrived in Venice, Italy at the Marco Polo Airport. The things that stick with you. We arrived around noon that Thursday. Court was the morning of Friday. We flew back to the States that Sunday.
And were you successful in getting your niece back?
We were nothing at getting my niece back. There was no decision reached in that trip in March. They said they would deliberate and they would reach out with more information.
Now, when you were there, did you get to see your niece?
Did I lay eyes on her? Yes.
Did you get to speak with her?
And again, this is just based on what happened, not I know the rules of Italy. But when we were there, they said the mother has to go in, the father has to go in, and the minor child cannot go in. He brought her to court, and she was not allowed to go in the courtroom, and she had to stay outside of the courtroom. I couldn't go in because I wasn't a party. Again, not great. And they asked if I would watch her. His attorneys asked that I not speak with her. That wasn't a court order. It was just, hey, can you sit here and watch her and not say anything?
And was John Mello there as well?
Yes, he's the one that brought my niece into court for that hearing.
So did y'all ever return back to Italy again?
My sister returned to Italy. So this was in March of 2021. She, again, received notice from the State Department it felt like forever, of course, but a few weeks later, either end of March, beginning of April, there's another hearing. Again, you can attend virtually or in person. She said, I want to go in person. I asked if she wanted me to go again, and she said, no, I'll go by myself.
And so did she fly to Italy?
She did fly to Italy, give or take tax day.
And was she successful in getting the return of your niece?
At first, there was no decision reached, and they said you can leave and come back when we decide. She opted to stay, and a few days later, I can check my records for actual dates. A few days later, they let her know that they had decided to repatriate. Italy repatriated my niece to my sister. John Mello and my niece were brought to a police station. Aida was given to my sister. My sister then had to wait a week to get a replacement passport for my niece because hers had expired when they were in Italy.
While Christina was over there, did she have to hire bodyguards?
We had 2 bodyguards when we were there. We weren't allowed to, because again, COVID, we weren't allowed to take public transportation. We weren't allowed to sit down in restaurants. So we did have 2 people that were hired to both provide some protection for that day in court, but also to get us from point A to point B while we were in court. And she had the same staff were hired when she went back.
So what day did Christina and your niece return?
April 22nd of 2021.
So when they returned, to what residence did they initially go?
They started living with me full-time in the apartment that we discussed. The lease on that apartment was up in the middle of May, so I'd already started making arrangements to, live somewhere rather than renew the lease on the apartment.
And so did you eventually secure another location?
I had made an offer to buy the Canebrake home December 17th of 2020. I'd already been trying to buy that house for 4 months.
And did y'all eventually move into 122 Canebrake?
We moved into 122 Canebrake on May 14th of 2021.
So when once y'all moved in, you and who all lived there?
I was in the master bedroom, a nice tan with wood trim and a bay window. My sister was across the hall in a not great yellow bedroom. My niece was down the hall from her in what came as a hot pink bedroom. And she was thrilled about that. So it was the 3 of us. I had chosen this home. It was large enough. There was an ensuite. You saw it in the walkthrough. The salmon colored in the back had its own full bathroom, and that was going to be where my parents could live if they needed to in the future. So it was the 3 of us.
So you talked about this custody dispute, let's call it before John Mel and your niece went to Italy. Yes. And now we're past that. During this time frame up until May of 2020, how would you describe the dispute, this custody dispute between Christina and John?
It was active until the moment she died. There were still hearings while he was in Italy. He did not return to the United States for the, I guess it was 5 months, 3 weeks that they were here, almost six months. He would attempt counsel or did retain counsel, though it attended a hearing on his behalf. There,
did y'all ever fear for your safety or anybody, or your niece's safety, or your safety?
We wouldn't let her play outside by a beautiful neighborhood and exceedingly safe neighborhoods everywhere. So it's not that the neighborhood wasn't safe. We just didn't want her. The front window, part of why we always left it open was so we could see the
Did John Miller ever do anything that made y'all feel unsafe?
Can you be more specific with your question with regards to place and time?
Around that time.
Around that time, I can't say if it was John Mello or not. I know that my employer received an anonymous packet full of John Mello and my sister's family court documents, and I know my sister didn't send it.
About the end of June and July, do you remember Christina and Brad Post receiving some envelopes?
Yes, I didn't. Many envelopes. It was kind of a flurry of activity as to had all of them arrived in our neighborhood, his neighborhood, the guardian, her attorney, her employer. It was.
And were you aware of the contents of those photos?
Yes.
I mean, of those envelopes?
Yes.
What were the contents of those envelopes?
If it were something that existed in South Carolina, I would call it revenge porn, but apparently that's not illegal here, so.
So they were.
Naked pictures of my sister.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 1A and 1B. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize these photos. And I'm sorry to have to show you these to you.
Yes, that is my sister, Christina.
And then I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 6, envelope State's Exhibit 6, and ask you if you recognize photos 6A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Yes, those are all my sister.
So, y'all received these about June and July of 2021.
Yes.
Now, did your sister go to the police?
Yes, she went to the police. She went to a postal inspector.
In regards to the photos, how do you know that's your sister?
I'm going to try not to be. I recognize her, having known her her entire life. I recognize her haircut. I recognize her tattoos.
And can you give this jury a time frame of when those photos were taken?
Based on the length of her hair and again the state of her tattoos, I would say somewhere between 2010 and 2011.
And was that the time in which she was dating John Mello?
That's correct.
Now, so how old would Christina Parcell be?
She was born in 1980, so 2010 she would have been 30, 2011 31.
30, 31.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm going to take you to, well, when did y'all move in? When did you move into the Canebrake house?
May 14th of 2021.
So from then until October 13th, 2021, what was life like?
Well, it was still COVID, but it was less COVID-y than it had been. So my niece joined the swim team and played her first team sport. She had friends in the neighborhood. She miraculously was promoted from 3rd to 4th grade, even though she missed 6 months of that school year. I worked downtown. My mother would come and babysit if Christina and I both had to work, or maybe our schedules overlapped. And I know that this sounds odd, but I would text my sister, I'm coming home, can you chop the onions? I'm making this for dinner, or I'm going to the grocery. I mean, it was a really standard, we're living together and we have a kid and school and etc.
So I'm going to take you to October 13th, 2021. Where were you working that day?
I worked at a company called Norris Financial Group in downtown Greenville.
And we've seen video of your car leaving. Do you remember about what time you left to go to work?
That's not my car. That was a rental. But I left, give or take, 8:30 that morning.
And went to work?
I did go to work, yes.
And when did you realize that this incident happened?
I had a voicemail. My phone hadn't rang, but I had a voicemail. I don't know. It's a thing that happens sometimes. And it was from Brad Post saying there's emergency at home. Emergency at the house. You need to come home. And so I grabbed my purse, walked into the hall, told my boss, there's an emergency at the house. I'm going to go home. And made my way to the car.
And before you left for work, what was going on inside the household as far as Christina and your niece and everybody?
Do you mean
About
that?
what time did they
Do you mean
wake up?
that morning? Okay. I slept a little later than normal. Who knows why? And Christina had a job interview, so she was not necessarily up earlier than normal, but trying to get the day started and out the door earlier than normal. So she took Aida to school while I was drinking my morning coffee in that middle sitting room, where we called it the den. That's where we spent our time. Christina came back. She had forgotten the school communication folder that you're supposed to bring back every week. She had forgotten that. So she came back to the house to get the school communication folder and stood in the doorway and said she had a hair appointment that afternoon and it was gymnastics that afternoon and what are we going to cook for dinner? And then she said, I love you, bye. And she walked out the door.
And when did you first hear about this incident?
The voicemail from Post said there was an emergency, and as I was going back to my car, he called again, and I again went straight to voicemail, so I called him back, and he said, it's her, I think she's dead. And so I got there as fast as I could.
So did you arrive back at the house?
Give or take 11:30 that morning, yes.
Now, in regards to your house, what door do y'all namely do you namely use to enter and exit the house, and which doors do you have keys to? Explain to this jury your front and side door.
Yeah. So I made an offer December of 2020. Less than a year into COVID, and what neither I nor my realtor knew, this house was under foreclosure. We didn't know that. And because of COVID, all foreclosures were under a moratorium. So it was in foreclosure, but they, not done in foreclosure. And we kept trying to complete the sale, and couldn't get the final number that you had to have, the close number, the actual dollars you had to have. So by the time the lease was coming up on the apartment, I have to have a place to live. I want to buy this house. And so we had what's called an occupancy prior to purchase agreement, where you're essentially renting the house from the people that own it. So we had this, so I could move in before I owned the house, but it's still a rental. So we had keys for the front door only. We didn't have a key for the back door. And since I didn't own the home, I couldn't change the locks. It was a rental. So when we came and went day in, day out, we would go through that front door. That first month, more than one occasion, we would go out the back door, go play in the yard, try and come back in the back door and get locked out because we had no key for the back door. And, you know, like I crawled into the garage one time to get in the house. So when we were home, we
When
would...
you say back door, is that the door down the side of the driveway?
Yes, I would go into the sunroom, which was my office. And so when we were home, we would leave that door open, but really tried to be diligent to lock it up at night, when leaving, etc.
So you would lock both doors when y'all were going to sleep at night.
Yes, and it's just part of that nighttime routine. You go, you check the doors, you turn off the lights, slide the deadbolt on the front door because it had a little slidey lock, and then go on down the hallway.
So if you were going to get out of your car in your driveway and you were coming home from work, which door would you typically use?
Always the front door, not typically. Always.
Always the front door.
Yes.
So it would be normal for if Christina Parcell arrived home from a job interview, which door would you imagine she would enter into?
She could only enter the front door.
So what about the curtains in the front of the front room?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, they were kept open.
And what was that front room meant for?
So it's a standard ranch house where you have that front long, skinny, formal living room that nobody uses unless you're the kind of person that has furniture with plastic on it, and that's not my life. So, yeah, I see that. You know what I'm talking about. But that front window got a lot of light, and you saw in some of the photos, my sister kept her plants there. We had my 2 silver chairs. The neighborhood kids and my niece would do puzzles in that room, arts and crafts. My sister had a desk where she did her schoolwork that was in front of the smaller window, but it wasn't the TV room or the family congregation eat dinner room. We did that in the den on the other side of that wall.
And so when you left that morning for work, were those blinds open or were they closed?
We always left because it was always open. Blinds and curtains were always open to get lights in for the plants. We didn't keep a light on in that room, so we weren't concerned, say at nighttime, we weren't concerned people were going to see us through that window because we didn't do anything in that room at nighttime that people would see. We were on the other wall, so it was just always open.
So when on this incident, did you talk with law enforcement about that day? Did they interview you? Did you talk to them?
Yes, I sat in Investigator Sparkman's vehicle, and he said, tell me the history of your sister. And I said, how far back do you want me to go?
Did you kind of tell them what you told us here today?
And then
More or
some,
less?
yes.
Did you tell him anybody you thought might have done this?
I said, I absolutely believe John Mello did it.
Did you know where John Mello was located?
I knew he was supposedly in Italy, but who knows?
And Ms. Parcell, have you ever met Zach Hughes?
No.
Have you ever spoken to him?
I've spoken at him, but no, never with him.
Prior to October of 2021, have you ever spoken to him?
No.
Ever seen him before?
No.
Noticed him?
No.
Have you ever seen Christina Parcell talk to him?
No.
He's never been to the house?
Oh, no. Not while I was there. I wasn't there 24/7, but no.
Did you know her to ever have any communications with him?
I found this week when I was reviewing all of the legal files an email John Mello sent to my sister where he CC'd.
Y'all can approach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have you ever known Christina Parcell to have any interaction with
No,
Jackson?
absolutely no interaction. No.
Ms. Parcell, you've heard testimony here yesterday, that there was cocaine
Brad Post involved.
So you never talked to Christina about, you never sent her an email or said, this house is more expensive than I thought, so maybe Brad Post could buy it and then we could rent from him?
No. So I found out October 9th, 2021, that the people I was trying to buy the home for, again, it was in foreclosure for forbearance because of COVID, and the dollar amount, the cost to close kept going up. My realtor called me that Saturday and said it's got to be this much. It was approximately 10 to 15% more than I was approved for, and I told her I can't do that, but give me a couple days. I'm going to figure something out. And so my sister and I began texting new houses to try and buy.
When John Mello took, he had the primary trustee at that time, didn't
That was the agreement, and also he was to allow visitation as per the agreement he reached in family court, yes.
he? Okay. And he was a dual citizen of this
I know
country.
he claims to be a dual
Let me finish the
citizen.
question, sorry. He was a dual citizen of this country and Italy, isn't that true?
I know he claims to be a dual citizen. I cannot ascertain the truth of that statement.
And your niece became an Italian citizen while she was in Italy.
I know he claims she became an Italian citizen. I cannot ascertain the truth of that statement.
Okay, and you talked about having a bodyguard or someone to drive you around while you were in Italy and then back here. Brad Post was paying for that, wasn't he?
I don't know who paid. I didn't see an invoice.
So when Christina went to Italy in mid-April for the final hearing, she went alone that time, as you testified, correct?
Oh, I didn't go with her. That's correct. I understand she went alone.
And she returned to this country with Aida, right?
She returned with my niece April 22nd when they landed in Greenville.
And you met her at the airport?
Yes, I did.
The guardian ad litem was there?
Yes, she was.
Brad Post was there?
Yes, he was.
Who else was there?
Representative from Lindsey Graham's office was there. Friends of the family were there. My parents, people. My sister's neighbor from the duplex where she used to live, and her children were there.
And Brad Post was there?
As I stated earlier, yes, he was there.
And he proposed to her at the airport, didn't he?
That was a choice that he made, yes.
Then there was a welcome party later that night too, same day?
No, sir. Everybody was at the airport with flowers, with balloons, with signs. My sister and my niece got packed into my car. I took them to the apartment. I picked up Indian takeout food, and we ate Indian takeout food at my home that night.
Okay, so the welcome party was what happened at the airport.
Yes.
And so just to be clear then, Aida was out of the home and gone between October the 5th of 2020 and then mid-April of 2021, correct?
My understanding is October 4th, but again, since I was not there when they left the flight, I would have to check documents.
Okay, now you all moved into the Canebrake house on May the 14th of 2021, right?
That's correct. That's when the movers came on Friday the 14th.
Okay, and you testified today something that contradicts what you told Investigator Sparkman in your interview about where everyone stayed in the house.
I was in the tan room, the master room, in the back with the bay window, right over the nook. My sister was across the hall in the yellow bedroom. My niece's bedroom was the hot pink bedroom just down the hall.
Okay, but you told Investigator Sparkman that room had been turned into a playroom and that your niece
No,
stayed.
the purple bedroom was going to be the designated playroom.
So do you not remember telling Investigator Sparkman that your niece slept in the bed in the same room with Christina?
No, I'm not saying she didn't. I'm saying there were times that she would sleep there. She would sleep on the couch. She might sleep in her bed. And my understanding is she co-slept with her father as well.
And you told Investigator Sparkman, though, that she didn't have a room, that the room that was supposed to be for her was turned into a playroom, and that she stayed with Christina.
I don't believe I said that she didn't have a room. It clearly had her toys in it, had her clothes in it, had her bed in it. Now, again, I had just discovered that my sister was dead in my house and I was homeless, so it's entirely possible I misspoke, and for that I apologize.
Okay, that was several days later. It wasn't the same day.
And again, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Okay. Now, Brad Post would come by the house every day, would he not?
I can't say it was every day. Depending on the mercurial relationship, sometimes they were in a better spot. So there would be times where he wouldn't come over at all. There would be times where he would come over and have dinner.
Okay. But while they were dating and not broken up, as you told Investigator Sparkman, Brad Post would come over every day. Isn't that true?
Bless you. Again, not a matter of broken up. If they were in a good patch or a bad patch, as anybody is having a good patch or a bad patch, there would be times he'd be there every day, yes, for dinner or what have you. There would be times where he wasn't.
Okay. Now, you mentioned Ida wasn't allowed to play outside
No, I said we wouldn't let her play outside by herself.
by herself. So, and you mentioned that she had friends in the neighborhood, so would friends come over and play inside with her in the house?
Well, no, she would play outside with friends. We would do our best to, again, keep an eye out on her, on the friends, as any adult would do to make sure the children are going to be safe, especially with the creek nearby. So she would play in the house, outside of the house.
Okay. And her friends would play outside with her and play inside with her?
Yes.
Now, I have to ask you just a few questions about the packages that you received, that you were asked about by the solicitor. You mentioned the pictures that were in the packages, but in addition to the pictures, there were some website postings that were included, were there not?
I wasn't shown any by the solicitor.
Do you remember when you looked at the packages, though, do you remember seeing the website from the escort service?
I saw that there was something textual. I didn't lend credence to it.
Okay, and again, I hate to have to ask you about this, but were you aware of that part of your sister's past?
I was aware the allegations had been made in family court, just like there had been allegations made I was going to try and kidnap my niece, so I didn't lend credence to them.
Okay, you aware that she gave a deposition in which she did give credence to those allegations?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
So after the death of your sister, Christina, where was Ida?
I'm sorry, could you clarify the question?
After your sister died, where was your niece?
I would also ask you to rephrase that question to be accurate.
Okay, who did your niece live with?
Just answer this question.
So after my sister was murdered, what is the question for that?
Where did your niece live?
The guardian ad litem, after my sister was murdered, got an ex parte emergency placement with me. My niece and I stayed with friends, and that's where we went.
All right, and then what happened with Aida on October the 19th of 2021?
She was put into foster care.
Okay, and what time of day was it?
It was at night.
Okay, and the police came and got her?
Yes.
About what time at night?
It was approximately 10:30 at night.
Okay. How long were the police at the house on that day?
I don't know, maybe an hour, less.
And she was taken into emergency protective custody at that time?
Yes.
And who got custody of Aida?
Would you clarify the question, please?
Where does Aida live now?
Oh, I've reached an agreement with Mr. Mello right now.
Okay, so you gave up custody to allow
I
John Mello?
never had custody, but
You dropped your petition to try to get custody.
I did not drop a petition. I reached an agreement with Mr. Mello,
Okay.
and he has custody.
Okay, you never had custody of Aida.
I had ex parte custody briefly.
Okay, and then after Aida was taken out of the home, shortly thereafter, she went to live with John Mello, and she still lives with John Mello, isn't that right?
She was not with John Mello for the first almost year and a half after her mother's death, almost 2 years. She was in foster care and then she was in third-party placement. He did not receive custody of her until August of 2023.
Okay, and she remains with him.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And John Mello was exonerated of the charges of taking Aida to Italy. Is that right?
I believe what you're looking for is a directed verdict. Not guilty, not actually exonerated by a jury, yes.
So a judge threw it out, basically.
And a judge said South Carolina state law says a non-custodial parent has no rights to their child.
We have right now. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor. After the murder of your sister, where did where did your niece go?
Are you talking short-term or long-term?
Both.
Again, she was ex parte emergency placed in my care. She was removed from my care and put in foster care for 2 months. After that, she was placed with Allison and Lamar Sutherland from December of 2021 until December of 2022, where she was then placed with her half-sister in 2023. And then in August of 2023, when I reached an agreement with Mr. Mello, where I had visitation and my niece.
And have you seen your niece?
I've not seen my niece since August of 2024.
And do you have rights to see her?
I do.
And have those been complied with?
We currently have active family court action.
So you and John Mello are now in a family court action over the custody or access to your niece.
There is a new action, and the agreement that we reached is currently being appealed in the South Carolina State Court of Appeals.
No further questions. Okay. Any recross?
No recross, Your Honor. We would just ask that the witness remain under subpoena. Thank you.
Next step.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I see counsel.
Again, no discussion about this case among yourselves. No any research.
So he has a house here in Greenville in 12 Blake Street.
And did you also look into the location of Mr. Mello at this particular time?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to confirm where he wasn't?
Yes. We obviously had to consider him as a potential suspect. We were told at the beginning he was potentially in Italy, so we had to confirm that.
And were you able to confirm that?
Yes, sir.
So you went and got a search warrant for 200 Tyndall.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did y'all go out to 200 Tyndall?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did you execute a search warrant on that house?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. Tell this jury how that occurred.
So we started by meeting at a predetermined location a few miles from the address, and we had a deputy in a unmarked vehicle drive by the house to make sure Mr. Hughes was going to be there. Mr. Hughes was actually leaving the driveway at that time, so we waited at our predetermined location until he returned. Once he returned, we went to the house to execute the search warrant.
And did you learn who, now, did the defendant own this house?
No, sir.
Did you discover or learn who the owners of this house were?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Jeanette and Marshall Wynn.
So how many individuals arrived on which day was this?
This would have been October 22nd.
Okay. So October 22nd.
Yes, sir.
So about 9 days after the murder.
Yes, sir.
So tell us what happened when y'all arrived.
So when we arrived, we sent deputies to the front of the house and then to the back of the house. Their driveway is located behind the house. You have to go down a side street to get to it. And I was one of the deputies that went to the back of the house. I parked directly behind Mr. Hughes's Ford Ranger. When we exited our vehicles, he was standing inside the house right in front of a double French door. When I first observed him, he already had his hands up. So.
And did he have a cell phone?
Yes, sir, he did.
Where was the cell phone?
It was in his hand.
Okay. And did you approach him, or did he come out?
No, we called him out to us. Yes, sir.
And what did he do when you called him out?
He complied.
Okay. And what did he do with the cell phone?
He put it down on the table he was standing beside, just almost directly inside the French doors.
Did you secure that cell phone?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
It was collected by another deputy and then transported to be downloaded.
And where did they take that cell phone from?
The kitchen table. Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 112. So you recognize this?
Yes, sir. This is the cell phone that we collected that belonged to Mr. Hughes.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 112 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
X 112 into evidence.
So, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 116, 117, and 118. Ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. These are photos of 200 Tyndall Avenue.
Your Honor, State moves 116, 117, 118 into evidence.
No objection.
116, 117, and 118 United States.
So, we'll show you State's Exhibit 117. What is that?
That is the front door if you're on Tyndall Avenue and you're facing the front of their house.
And was that where Zach Hughes was standing?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 116. What about that?
That is the back side of their residence that leads to the area where we were parked.
And where was Mr. Hughes standing when you?
You can kind of see the French doors through the bushes there, but he was standing there. Yes, sir.
All right. So did y'all effectuate the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And did you? So what at this point? What is important to your investigation?
So at this point, we knew Miss Parcell was killed with a sharp force object, so we're looking for any type of knife, screwdriver, anything of those means. Clothing, book bag, a bicycle, things like that.
And did y'all search the house looking for those items?
Yes, sir, we did.
What about who was there or who was living there during the time of the murder?
Mr. Hughes was living at the residence. I assume the Winds.
Were they there on October 13th?
No.
How do you know that?
When we were able to access Mr. Hughes' cell phone, he was receiving pictures from the Winds while they were in Europe.
And did you talk to the Winds when y'all were executing the search warrant?
Investigator Sparkman and I did, yes.
Were they compliant?
Yes, sir.
In terms of looking for a bike, did y'all locate one?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 119 through 125. I'm going to ask you to look at State's Exhibits 119 through 125 and ask you if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I recognize these photos.
And I apologize. I'm going to backtrack 2 seconds. Forgot one of my exhibits. But I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. I need a number. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 132. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So that is a photo of Mr. Hughes' vehicle with the bike in the bed of the truck on the day of Miss Parcell's murder. And then that is just a Google image of the Buncombe and Rutherford area where the camera is placed.
Okay. State moves 132 into evidence.
No objection.
32 comes into evidence.
Now back to 210. Did y'all focus on the garage at some point?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 119. Is that the garage?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, are these in evidence? I'm not sure.
Oh.
He was getting ready to.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I got sidetracked.
All
right.
So 119 through 125.
119 through 125.
Defense position.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We like a clean record.
I understand. Thank you. A lot of exhibits, it gets confusing.
Ton.
All right. I'll show you State's Exhibit 119. And you said that's the garage?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all enter inside the garage?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 120. And what'd you find inside?
We found several bicycles inside the garage.
Okay. Were some bikes, well, explain the different bikes that you found inside.
So there's some bikes, as you can see to the upper left of this vehicle that's, mounted on the wall. Several on the ground as well near that vehicle that were just dirty, dusty, look like they've just been sitting in a garage for a long period of time and are not used regularly. And then to the right of that vehicle, you can see there's a bike sitting upside down on its handlebars and seat. That's a black bike that was very similar to the other two images we had. And it was pristine condition, perfectly clean.
All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 121. What are the bikes on the left there, or in this little?
Those are just some of the other bikes, the dirtier bikes that we found in their garage.
Did those bikes look like they had been ridden?
No, sir. Some of them had cobwebs on them.
All right, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 123.
Yes, sir. That is the black bike that I mentioned earlier that was sitting upside down and was just very, very clean.
When you say very, very clean, what do you mean?
So compared to everything else in this garage, it's just a dirty, dusty garage. Things sit there and collect dust and dirt. And this bike looked like it just rolled off the showroom floor.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 133. You recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is this?
This is the bike that was seized from the garage at 200 Tyndall.
Statement is 133 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. 133 comes in.
Now, did you do any comparison with this bike and the other photos?
Yes, sir.
And what did you conclude?
There's a lot of similarities, such as the frame of the bike, the shape of the handlebars, the placement of the brakes.
And you compared it to the photos from the Ring cameras?
Yes, sir.
So, once y'all concluded the search of 200 Tyndall, what did you do next?
The Ford Ranger was taken back to the crime scene unit's office, so I responded there while a forensic technician processed the vehicle.
And then once you concluded that search warrant, were you able to locate another location that may be important in this case?
Yes, sir.
Tell us, jury, about that.
through phone location, we located a residence on Indian Flats Trail in Marietta that was also owned by Jeanette Wynn.
And did y'all, in fact, go up to Indian Flats Trail?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. And did y'all get a search warrant for that?
Yes, sir.
And when did you get that search warrant?
It was in April of 2023.
Why did it take so long?
The location data from his cell phone, we did not have his password, so the initial downloads were only partials.
So when you obtained information that Zach Hughes might have been at that location, you obtained a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
So where is Indian Flats?
It's in the northern area of Greenville County.
And so how long do you think drive-wise would it take to get there?
About an hour.
So when did you go up there to serve a search warrant?
It was in April of 23, I believe April 14th, but I could be wrong on that date.
And who went with you?
Most of the homicide unit.
Most of the homicide unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were you looking for?
So at this point, we still had not recovered a murder weapon or clothing that Mr. Hughes or the suspect was wearing at the time of the murder.
These are not. I don't have numbers on these. All right, Master Deputy Wolf, I'm going to show you 130, States Exhibits 134 through 139. Ask if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I do. These are photos of the Wynn's residence on Indian Flat Trail.
Your state moves 134 through 139 in.
No objection.
All right, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 134. What is that?
That is the front of their residence there, and then on the tree on the right side you can see a trail or deer camera.
Is that what you're referring to right there?
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as location or seclusion related to this house, how would you, where would you compare this house?
This is in the middle of the woods on a mountain. You could walk around naked and there's nobody to see you.
So there's no neighbors near you?
No.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Now, did y'all walk all around this house and
Yes, sir.
look at different locations? I'm going to show you States Exhibit
137. What is that?
That's a fire pit or burn pit there on their property.
I guess what you can do there is burn things.
Yes, sir.
And then let me show you State's Exhibit 139.
That is just one of their closets that was full of cleaning materials.
Now, did y'all search the entire house
Yes, sir, we did.
and the surrounding areas?
Yes, sir.
How deep did y'all go into the woods?
Pretty good bit.
Y'all ever locate anything?
No, sir.
What about that trail camera?
That was seized under the search warrant, and then I obtained another search warrant for the SD card contained within it.
So what is a trail camera? Do you know?
Yes, sir. Most people just use them to take pictures of animals. Some people that hunt put them up in the woods to see, what's in that area. Most of them are motion activated.
Did you seize that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with it after you seized it?
I took it back to our office.
And were you able to look at any photos on the trail camera?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
So the camera contained an SD card. I got a separate search warrant to remove the photos or search the SD card. After that, you just plug that SD card into any SD card reader, and all the pictures are there.
And were you able to locate any photos on this trail camera?
Yes, sir, I was.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 140. Ask if you recognize it.
Yes, sir. This is the trail camera we seized from that tree on Indian Flats Trail in Marietta.
State moves it at 140.
No objection.
No objection. And you were able to locate some photos on that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. What were those photos of?
Zachary Hughes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 141 through 145. Ask if you recognize those.
Yes, sir. These are photos of Mr. Hughes that were recovered from that trail camera.
State moves 141 through 145.
No objection.
No objection. 141 through 145.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 145. What is that?
That's a photo of Mr. Hughes.
And what is the date of that photo?
October 11th.
About what time?
A little after 10 a.m.
Was that 2 days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
Anything significant on here?
Yes, sir. The hoodie or jacket that he is wearing is significant.
Why is that?
So you can see the outside is black. We have the individual on the bicycle riding away on a black hoodie, but you can also tell the top being folded out, the inside is a grayish color. The person who entered her house was wearing a gray jacket.
State's Exhibit 105. Is this the photo that you're referring to?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this what is this photo?
It's a photo of a person entering her house shortly before she was killed.
And what color is the sweatshirt?
Gray.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 141. What kind of haircut does Mr. Hughes have at that time?
I don't know what you would call it. It's shaved on the side with, looks like a long ponytail in the back.
And what arm, what left or right arm is he carrying something?
Left.
And then State's Exhibits 142. Is that
Another picture of Mr. Hughes.
another picture? And again, this is on what date?
The same date, October 11th.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 144.
It's a zoomed in picture with Mr. Hughes on the same date.
So that would be what Mr. Hughes looked like on October 11th of 2021.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple more questions, Master Deputy. Approximately how far from that mountain house to the Canebrake location would it take to drive?
I believe a little over an hour.
So how many flock photos did you locate of Zach Hughes's car when you did the search?
55.
Right. And of all those photos, how many did you find his car with a bike in the back?
Just one.
And what date was that?
October 13th of 2021.
Thank you. Answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Wolf, you testified that one of the reasons why you thought that the other bikes in the Wynn garage had not been ridden was you saw cobwebs on them, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't see any cobwebs on this bike. Have you been riding this bike?
No.
Did you ride this bike over from the P&E?
No, sir.
Okay. You talked about cleaning supplies. Do you live in a house or an apartment?
A house.
Do you have cleaning supplies in your house?
Yes, sir.
Do you have them in a closet?
In the closet under sinks.
You talked about, based on your investigation, you realized that John Mello was in Italy. Isn't it true he was in Italy and with Aida from October of 2020 until April of 2021? Isn't that true?
And to the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
You said a word I want to make sure I understand. You said that you could be at the Wynn Mountain House and you could be what and nobody could see you?
You could walk around naked.
Okay. Talked about, can I see your house? Let me show you State's Exhibit 144. Take a look at this.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Wolf, isn't it true in 144, that picture shows a person who's clean shaven?
It's hard to tell. There's a bit of a shadow on the neck.
Can you see a beard on that man?
No.
Okay. When you went to 200 Tyndall to execute that search warrant, did you go by yourself?
No, sir.
Okay. There were numerous police officers on scene, isn't that right?
Yes.
Right. And some of those police officers were armed, is that right?
They're police officers. Everyone's armed.
Right. And you talked about how the winds complied that day, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true my client, Mr. Hughes, complied, didn't he, that day?
Yes, sir, he did.
So you testified in 2021 you were working in homicide, is that correct?
I was up there for a brief period of time to assist them. Yes, sir.
And you said you're back on the road now in Bravo platoon?
Yes, sir.
Are you a supervisor in Bravo platoon?
I'm a master deputy. I have several deputy twos that work under me. I supervise, yes.
Okay. And is there a sergeant over that platoon as well? Or
There is.
Okay. So how long, so I need to be clear, though, were you ever assigned to homicide?
Yes.
How long were you there?
3 years.
And now you're back on the road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You heard, were you in this courtroom when Deputy Riley Stokes testified?
Yes, sir.
And you heard his testimony about the videos that were obtained from residences in Canebrake, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true, and I want to say it's 8:45 or 9 o'clock, something like that. Well, let me ask this. Do you recall when he said the first video was that was significant? The first time he saw any vehicle tracker in?
I remember him talking about that, but I don't remember the time frame of that video.
Isn't it true, though, that one second there. I don't have anything else.
Okay. Any redirect?
What was the date of that photo that he showed you regarding the beard that Mr. Mormon showed you?
October 11th of 2021.
2 days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And, Your Honor, just recross. You just testified on my cross-examination that you did not see a beard in that photo. Is that correct?
You can just see a shadow on his face. That's
Okay,
it.
this is my question to you. Did you not just testify that you couldn't see a beard in that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Next witness.
State will recall Kaylin Ford.
Ma'am, you're still under oath.
Ford, hello again.
Hello.
I'm going through your background for the jury, but were you still involved in this case at the time that the home on Tyndall was being processed by law enforcement?
Yes.
So when you were involved, were you doing essentially the same procedure, same duties as you were at the Canebrake home?
Yes.
Okay. And were you tasked of going through the Tyndall home and taking photographs of that home?
I was.
Were you able to identify the rooms of the house?
Yes.
Were you able to identify which room was the defendant's room?
Yes.
How?
The homeowner stated it, and he had personal belongings in that room that were observed as well.
Okay. If I showed you pictures that you took in that room, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Showing you what is State's Exhibits 126 through 131.
Yes, I took these photographs.
All right. This time the state would move into evidence, State's Exhibit 126 through 131.
No objection.
No objection, 126 through 131.
No. I'm just going to go through these with you up here. What is 126?
So this is a photograph of a shoebox that had been located inside of his bedroom that contained multiple knives and sheets.
And 127?
It's a photograph from his bedroom. There was a storage bin that had the name Zach on the top.
How is that spelled, Zach?
Z-A-C-K.
$129.
This photograph shows a backpack and a pair of gloves, along with other miscellaneous items in the bedroom.
Ford, were you involved at all with the processing of the bicycle that was recovered at the Tyndall address?
Yes.
And how specifically were you involved in the processing of that bicycle?
Once the bicycle was located in the garage, I photographed it. I then sprayed the bicycle with Blue Star and took swabs of different areas of the bike before it was actually collected.
What is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a presumptive reagent, a chemical reaction that can show the presence of blood.
Are there any significant findings as a result of spraying the Blue Star?
The bike illuminated on the handles, the seat, and the pedals.
Okay. What did you do thereafter as far as processing the bike?
I then took swabs from those 3 separate areas that glowed.
Did you take swabs of the handlebars of the bike?
I did.
If I showed you those swabs, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 98 and 99. Are those the swabs you used for the handlebars of the bike?
Yes.
Are those your initials on each?
Yes.
Is one for the left handlebar, one for the right?
Yes, 98 is from the right handlebar and 99 is from the left.
After you collected these swabs, what did you do with them?
They were submitted into evidence.
Ms. Ford, were you involved at all with the collection of evidence as it relates to the defendant himself?
Yes.
What? How exactly?
I took photographs of him and I also collected his buccal swabs.
If I showed you the buccal swabs you took from the defendant, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 100. Can you identify what I just handed you?
Yes, it is the buccal swab from Zachary Hughes.
Did you take several?
Yes.
Or actually, did you take 2?
Yes.
Okay. Is that typical?
Yes.
After you collected these buccal swabs, what did you do with them?
They were submitted into evidence.
Ms. Ford, were you still involved in this case when John Mello returned back from Italy?
I was.
How were you involved specifically oriented towards Mr. Mello?
So I responded to the Greenville County Detention Center where he was being held at the time. I took photographs of him and I collected his buccal swabs as well.
One moment, Your Honor. I'm just going to find just like this. Oh. to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 101.
So these are the buckle swabs that I collected from John Metal.
And there's two of them?
Yes.
What did you do after collecting State's Exhibit 101?
Those were also submitted to evidence.
Mr. Ford, I have no further questions for you.
No, we have no questions. Thank you.
Still Allison Miller, right?
Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Sergeant Allison Wright.
Ms. Wright, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Greenville County Forensics.
How long have you been with them?
A little over 7 years.
So were you employed with them in 2021?
Yes, I was.
And what was your specific, in 2021, what was your specific role with the Sheriff's Office?
So I was with Greenville County Forensics. I was a field training officer.
And could you explain a little bit about what your roles and duties were in that?
As a field training officer, I went out on calls with some of the newer employees and helped train them. And then I trained the newer employees as they came in.
So that involve evidence collection and documentation?
Yes.
Okay. How are you involved in the present case?
I was requested to process the subject's vehicle.
Okay. Is that a 1999 Gold Ford Ranger?
Yes, it is.
Did that include taking photographs of that vehicle?
Yes, I photographed the vehicle.
Okay. When you're processing this truck, what other things are you doing in going through it?
We first photographed the vehicle and then we searched it, or I apologize. We photographed the vehicle and then collected DNA swabs. We did the door handles, the tailgate handle, steering wheel, typical places that you would normally touch. And then after that, we searched it to see if there was anything of evidentiary value. And then at the end, we used Blue Star to search for or detect possible blood.
Now, was there any significant findings as a result of the use of the Blue Star?
We did have a few areas that illuminated.
And you say illuminated. Can you describe a little bit more as to what that indicates to you when you're going through and using Blue Star?
So Blue Star is used to detect blood. It shows the possible presence of blood. So when we spray it, we have a dark room. We'll spray the area, and if it illuminates, it'll illuminate like a blue color. that will indicate that there's possibly blood there.
Okay. And then subsequently is when you do DNA collection?
So I swabbed for DNA on multiple items beforehand, but then if it does illuminate, I will also either swab or collect the item.
Understood. Show you 146, states 146 to 157 and 159 to 163. Do you recognize, let me know if you recognize those photos as what you observed that day.
Yes, I took the photos that were in our vehicle bay.
Your Honor, this time the state moves into evidence states 146 to 157 and 159 through 163.
No objection.
Without objection, states 146 to 157 and 159 to 163.
Showing you states 147. What is that?
That is the vehicle at the incident location that Technician Ford photographed.
Showing you 151. What is 151?
That is the insurance card found in the vehicle.
Show you 152.
That is showing the truck bed of the vehicle at our vehicle processing bay.
You explain, why do you bring the car back to a different location to process it?
We bring it back to a different location in order to have a secured location where we can take our time on processing it.
I'm going to show you states 154. What is that display?
This is a picture of a gas can and ropes that were inside the toolbox in the bed of the truck.
I'll show you 159. What is that?
Those are the items that were found behind the front seats, and there's a pair of gloves in there.
I'm going to show you 160. What is 160?
That was a pack of gloves that was located behind the seats in the vehicle.
And just going back to 160, how many pairs of gloves does it say are in that pack?
It says there are 6 pairs.
I'll show you 161. There's 6 pairs of gloves in that?
No, there were 5 pairs located.
And then finally, 163.
That's showing the bed of the truck and the toolbox that was in the bed of the truck.
We'll talk just a little bit more about Blue Star. Is blood the only thing that Blue Star might use a hit on?
No, there are some additional false positives that Blue Star can illuminate on.
What are some things that it could give a positive on?
Cleaning supplies are one, as well as bleach is a big one. Some plants can actually illuminate as well, or different paints and tarnish.
That's right, I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Cross-examination.
I've got no questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Wright.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. I will ask you again to not discuss this case among yourselves, and we will see you back in probably about 15 minutes. Okay? Thank you all. next witness for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Vanessa Cormala.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
If you need some water, it's right there behind you.
Thank you so much.
Please state your name for the record.
Vanessa Cormalo. Kormylo.
Cormala, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury a little bit about what you do for a living?
I'm a practicing family law attorney, mostly in Greenville County. I've been practicing 28 years, predominantly in family law. Handle some closings, but mostly family law, representing litigants, and also representing children in court when I serve as guardian ad litem.
What is a guardian ad litem?
That is an advocate for the child who's appointed in family court cases when there are issues involving the children, such as visitation issues or custody issues. A guardian's appointed. It's typically an attorney, but sometimes we have some non-attorneys that are awesome, and so that's just part of our system. When a case involves a child, we do an investigation. We're kind of an arm of the court, and we report back our findings to the judge.
And how are you involved in this case, the state against Zachary Hughes?
In the case against Zachary Hughes, I came into a little bit of this case because I was the guardian ad litem for the child of the mother who was murdered.
Of Christina Parcell?
Yes.
And John Mello?
Yes.
Okay. When were you appointed the guardian ad litem of Ida Mello?
In October of 2020.
How old was Ida when you were appointed?
I believe she was 8.
So, getting a little bit into this, as guardian ad litem, are you responsible for communicating with the father and the mother of the child?
Yes, I typically start with the parents, the parties. We talk to third parties, go visit the child at the school, of course, talk to the child a good bit. And then by the time we get to court, I would have investigated and talked to way more people, and I prepare a written report before the trial.
So in October of 2020, where was Ida Mello?
She was in Italy.
Okay. So, were you able to contact her while she was over there?
I had her father's email address, and Mr. Mello and I would email back and forth. He did not necessarily cooperate in allowing me to speak with him or the child. There was one time I was going to get to speak with her. He wanted to script my questions, and I didn't want to put her in an uncomfortable position, so I waited to meet her until she came back.
So I think you touched on it, but by what method would you communicate with Mr. Mello?
Email only.
Okay. Was Ida Mello ever eventually returned to the United States?
Yes, in April of 2021, the Hague Convention, the international body that helps enforce different custody rulings, ordered that Aida return to South Carolina, and then the mother was awarded custody here by agreement.
Okay. So, once Ada had returned to South Carolina, what developed as far as that custody done?
So the parents were in contested custody litigation. The mother wanted Aida to stay here, of course, with her. Mr. Mello was in Italy, and I think there were some criminal charges that he was working through before he could return here. So they were just in what I would consider very highly contested litigation. Mr. Mello regularly emailed me and he was a very difficult litigant to manage.
So speaking to this particular dispute, was this the first time? But let me back up. Was it your role upon being appointed guardian ad litem to investigate a little bit into the history between the custody dynamic?
Yes, typically I'll speak to the prior guardian ad litem if there was an older case. In this case, sadly, the parents had been fighting since Aida was 3. So there were several cases, Greenville County and Pickens, and I was able to talk to the prior guardian ad litem and increasingly grew concerned about Mr. Mello.
So you said you communicated with Mr. Mello through email. Was that primarily the method of communication, or like the only method of communication?
It was the only method of communication except one phone call I had with him.
So over the course of your role as guardian ad litem, approximately how many emails did you exchange with Mr. Mello?
I don't even know if I could count them. I know when we printed them for the family court trial, I think it was 3 or 4 reams of paper.
So also in the course of once Aida returns from Italy, did Mr. Mello continue to communicate with you?
Yes, he was continuing to communicate, harass, threaten, intimidate, bully. His communications were unlike anything I've ever encountered as a guardian, and so they continued to escalate, and I was pretty concerned.
So not getting into the specifics of maybe some of the things that he messaged you, but what kind of, when you say threats and harassment, what kinds of things was he conveying to you?
He would tell me that I always needed to be looking over my shoulder, that he was coming after my license, that I was going to get arrested for criminal charges or civil charges, that I was definitely going to jail. He mentioned my children to me by name with specific information about them at one visitation I had with him. He put terrible things on the internet about me, including my office address and phone number. He actually included my husband in posts. He said awful things, that we were trafficking children, Ukrainian children through Spartanburg. That's like on the internet. It was Facebook and Reddit, and at one point he had said I was manufacturing child pornography in my law office and put my address and my phone number right there. So he was definitely fired up.
And once you assumed this role and this line of communication began, did you receive similar types of emails from, let's say, third parties?
Yes, I would start receiving emails early on, not just from Mr. Mello, but from other people on his behalf, multiple different, one was an attorney, one was a private investigator, allegedly, one was a saint, one was, they were just multiple people that would email me from different addresses with very similar threats and characterizations of me and the litigation. And they would definitely be arguing on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Would you attempt to follow up with these individuals when they reached out to you?
Yes, I would typically try and return an email, try and find out who the sender was, try and verify if they were real. We had suspicions that many of them were Mr. Mello himself because of the way the emails were worded. He used a lot of the same phrasing. He writes in a very unusual manner using capitals at different times and has absolutely terrible spelling. So we could see a lot of similarities in these third-party emails, which caused us to believe they were likely him. And then, like for instance, if an attorney emailed me and I couldn't find that attorney anywhere, or a private investigator emailed me and I never could find that private investigator, I really was left with the only conclusion that it was likely Mr. Mello.
So going to October, or let me back up a little bit. So, as this developed, with you in the role as guardian ad litem, what findings did you make as to the lengths that Mr. Mello would go to get custody back of Ida?
He was very clear that there was nothing off limits. He was, like I said, threatening, harassing, intimidating, and he was consistently doing it, these hundreds and hundreds of emails. Sometimes he was represented by attorneys, sometimes he was not, and this was the worst case I've ever worked on as far as representing a child's interest, but at the same time having a parent act like that. It came to the point, even early on, I think in May of 2021, I brought a motion to the court as the child's guardian asking for a psychological evaluation of him and asking that the mother be allowed to end phone calls if the child was uncomfortable.
While you were guardian ad litem, did you ever receive some, let's just say, suspect envelopes in the mail?
Yes.
If I showed you that envelope, would you recognize it?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 158. Is that the envelope or a envelope you received?
Yes, this is addressed to me at my office on Washington Street. It is dated July 8th of 2021, and it came from Knoxville, Tennessee. Per the mail carrier, the return address references a P.O. box here in Greenville, which we later learned belonged to Brad Post.
You said Knoxville, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the date that it was postmarked?
July, and I think it was 2021.
Okay. July 8th, sound right?
Yes, sorry.
That's all right. Not getting into the specifics, and I realize it's unpleasant, but generally, what were the contents of this envelope?
They involved pictures of Christina Parcell in various states of undress. One included a male anatomy body part in one of the pictures. They were basically pornographic in nature. Yes.
What did you do after receiving this envelope?
I called law enforcement.
Okay. Did you submit it to them, to your knowledge?
I did.
Okay. Was that the only envelope you received?
No.
Do you know, when did you receive another?
I think it was about a month later. We received another envelope from Knoxville, Tennessee, with the same P.O. box return address. So this time, we actually just called law enforcement to come get the envelope rather than opening it.
And in the context of what you've testified to, would sending something like this be in line with John Mello's actions in the custody dispute?
Yes, this would be in line with also what he emailed, how he conducted himself. He was determined to discredit and disparage and ruin the reputation and character of the mother. He was in a custody battle, so he was determined for her to be thought of in a certain light and hopefully be determined to be unfit.
So at the time you received these, let's say in July and August of 2021, what is the posture of the custody dispute?
We were just moving right along. I think I had the motion for him to have a psychological evaluation. The mother had custody at that time. Of course, even though I had reason to be concerned about Mr. Mello and how he conducted himself, I also had a duty to investigate the allegations he was making against the mother. And I did that to the best of my ability. I've never done this before, but I actually hired a private investigator to look into things for me. I tried to find out if there was anything true about the allegations he was making, because this little girl was in that woman's home. And her interests were my duty. So I tried my best to interview people, research, work with the private investigator, and that my duty is ongoing and through the end of the trial. So that's what I had to do. Of course, I talked to the mother about the pictures and determined they were very old and in a consensual setting. So I did look into these things. I didn't just write them off because he was, so unstable.
You mentioned accusations that John Mello would make. Would he accuse Ms. Parcell of using drugs?
He did. That was a large part of his concern about her. So at least as guardians, we can investigate that fairly easily. We asked her to take I think even more drug screens to see if she was actually using drugs. And since she was living with her sister at the time, we asked her to be drug screened. They were in the same home with the child. I think at one point the child was even drug tested in a corresponding case. So we did investigate that. We found no evidence of any drug use in the testing. And the private investigator also did not see any type of dealing in and out of the home.
Had you been asked to make the recommendation, would you have recommended Ida to stay with Christina Parcell?
Yes. So in family court, we're actually not allowed to make recommendations to the court unless we're asked by a judge. And I know you just asked me, but yes, my position was in visiting her in school and talking to her teacher. She was thriving here. She was doing so well in her mother's custody, living with her aunt. They had Taco Tuesdays, and anyway, she loved sushi and avocado, and she was just living a very full life. When I visited, she was riding bikes with the neighbor kids, making friendships, and doing so well. So at the time, yes, that would have been my recommendation if we had gone to trial before the mother's murder.
So at the time of murder, would John Mello have been aware of any reports or recommendations that would have been negatively oriented towards him?
He would definitely have been aware of my motion to have him psychologically evaluated. He would be aware of my concerns about him through our hundreds, if not thousands, of emails back and forth. I don't hold back when I'm the guardian, so if he's making allegations and I'm asking him, please substantiate these. If you're going to accuse the mother of this, please give me substantiation and I will investigate this. If he says neighbors are watching something, please give me the neighbors' names. I have the ability as guardian to bring a motion before the court to have her removed if the court has substantiation of the concerns. And he would just play games and tell me he couldn't give me the names of the witnesses he knew about because he needed to save them when he sued me in civil litigation. And so he was very aware that I was not a fan of how he conducted himself. If you're worried about a child enough to make substantial allegations, and this guardian is appointed only for her interests, please work with me. Even if we had differences, set them aside, help me help your child. And he was definitely not cooperative.
So before the murder on October 13th, 2021, when was the last time that Mr. Mello saw Ida?
Prior to the murder?
Prior to the murder.
He would have seen her last in Italy when Christina, the mother, flew over to get her per the Hague order and fly her home. So I think He had seen her there in Italy. To my knowledge, he had not returned to our country until after the murder.
So that would have been April of 2021?
Yes.
Is there any significance in the time span from April to October of 2021 with regard to the custody dispute and the positioning of the parties?
Well, in family court, we really look at how often you see your child. Are you supporting your child financially? And we have a mechanism in family court statutory that says if you don't visit your child willfully for 6 months, and if you don't pay child support for your child for a period of 6 months, your rights can actually be terminated if the court determines that's in the child's best interests. So a lot of parents are pretty sensitive to the 6-month mark.
In October was that 6-month mark? Is that correct?
That would be right.
Do you know who the defendant is?
I'm familiar with his face, yes. I don't think I've ever met him in person.
Let's say prior to October 13th of 2021, did you know who he was?
So when you're a guardian ad litem, both parents give you lists of character witnesses they would like you to interview in relation to their case. And so the first time I saw Mr. Hughes' name would have been May of 2021. And I received that through Mr. Mello's attorney at the time, as he was on a list of character witnesses to interview, for me to interview on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation? I'm speaking of Mr. Hughes. Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation after the murder?
After the murder, I'm not sure of.
Okay.
Before the murder, he prepared an affidavit to support Mr. Mello regaining custody of his daughter. And he also worked with local attorneys helping Mr. Mello procure representation and in that line.
I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 164. Showing you State's Exhibit 164.
Yes, this is the affidavit he prepared for court. He prepared it in September of 2021, September 21st, which we thought was unusual because there was nothing pending at that particular time. And then in October after the murder, we were in court for a hearing about where Aida would live after her mom was murdered, and this affidavit was used in that motion.
Your Honor, this time the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 164.
No objection. Okay. 64 comes in.
Thank you, Judge. So I want to clarify this timeline here. So in September of 2021, what purpose would this affidavit have in the custody dispute? Or was there a place for this affidavit in the custody dispute to be needed?
Okay, so in family court, trials involve live testimony like today. Hearings involve affidavits, which are just sworn statements, that are notarized. So we prepare them in relation to motions that we file. To my knowledge, there was no motion pending at the time that affidavit was prepared.
And this was filed October 22nd of 2021.
Right. And at that time, of course, after the murder, we all kind of filed what we could, because you have a mother who's been murdered, a child who doesn't have her mom, and her dad's in Italy. And so her placement in custody was in question.
So it's only 9 days after the murder that this is filed.
Correct. And we were back in court dealing with Aida's placement at that time.
go back briefly. Speaking of these emails you received from third parties, what were some of those parties, or those individuals, purported individuals, that you could recall?
There was an attorney named Sophia Carlucci. There was an investigator. The email said Mullins Investigations. There was a saint. I'm drawing a blank. I can't remember. It was a saint somebody. There was a guy who wrote me as a biker dude with a particular experience he wanted to share with me. And then there was a Mitch Rubin. I don't know what profession he was, but he actually emailed one of our judges in our case, and that's not acceptable.
So, specifically, you said Mullen Investigations. You received emails from this entity? Did you try to identify who that was?
Sure. I searched on the internet, tried to find any investigations, any investigator named Mullins, company named Mullins Investigations.
Any success there?
I could not find them.
Okay. Was Sophia Carlucci one of these individuals that reached out to you?
Yes, she was very involved with helping Mr. Mello.
And on looking at these emails that you received specifically from Sophia Carlucci, did you notice anything peculiar about any of those emails that helped identify who might have sent them?
Sure. As attorneys, we kind of have a bad rap, but we try to actually be civil toward one another for the most part. She was not civil in any way. She's never met me. She's writing these hateful communications, very insulting, very similar to Mr. Miller's tone, and a lot of times some of the phraseology would be identical to how Mr. Mello would address me and email me. I tried, and sometimes I would try to see if the sheriff's office could help with tracking the emails, but if they were from proton.com or there were other ways, we could never really seem to trace them, and I'm not really good at that computer forensic stuff, but I could never find the source of the emails. But my suspicion was a lot of them seemed to talk a lot like Mr. Mello.
Did he ever mistakenly send an email from
Yes, there was an email one time from from John, I think, in Sophia Carlucci's email. So it's like he was emailing me, but he used Sophia Carlucci's name and information.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
All right, cross-exam. Yeah, really, Fritz. Sure.
I'm going to ask you to step out. I have a matter I need to take up with the attorneys.
Here we go.
is finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to news reports. You're not to deliberate. You only deliberate in that room. That's 11. Croft. They all left you. Okay. We'll go through this one more time, now that we're all back together. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with the trial. You're not to form or express an opinion about the case until you finally decide it. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning the case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in the trial. All right? Yeah, you can go with the officer. Have a good evening.